Being 7 p.m., I call this meeting of the Committee of Precinct Chairs to order here at the Town Hall Great Hall Meeting Room. We are in a hybrid fashion with some members here in the room and then also some participating remotely. There are a couple that have informed me that they might be a few minutes late, so I'll continually ask for the roll if we're voting on anything, and then also for the roll call. But we will start, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'd all please rise. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we're going to start with the roll call, so I'll go through the precincts. Precinct 1.
Christine Pratt, good evening, Precinct 1.
Precinct 2 is myself, Matt Tavares. Precinct 3.
Precinct 3, Dale Weber, where it all began.
Precinct 4.
Precinct 4, Claire Montanari.
Precinct 5.
Mike Leary, Precinct 5.
Precinct 6.
Precinct 6, Betty Cavaco.
Precinct 7.
Precinct 7, George Brown.
Precinct 8.
Precinct 8, George McKay.
Precinct 9. Catherine is absent. Precinct 10.
Precinct 10, Alan Costello.
Precinct 11.
Precinct 11, Frank O'Brien.
Precinct 12. Pat, I see you online, but I think you're on mute. I see Pat, so I will take her as being here. Precinct 13.
Precinct 13 here.
Ron Riley. Precinct 14. He's connecting to audio. I see that, the joys of... Precinct 14.
Precinct 14, Tom Begley.
Precinct 15 has informed me they will be late. Precinct 16.
Precinct 16, Pompey Delafield.
Precinct 17.
Precinct 17, Joe Hutchinson.
Precinct 18.
Precinct 18, Carmen Lee Frieri, in the middle of it all.
Okay. Okay, we do have a quorum. Moving on, first order of business are the acceptance or approval of the minutes for July 18th, 2024 and August 15th, 2024. I'd accept a motion to accept them.
Motion.
George Brown moves that we accept the minutes for July 18th and August 15th. Second?
Second.
Second from Frank O'Brien, and then discussion. Seeing and hearing none, I'll do the roll because we are hybrid. Precinct 1.
Approve.
Precinct 2, approve. Precinct 3.
Approve. Great job, Pat.
Yes, before we continue with the roll, I should thank Pat for stepping in as we are waiting to get a new admin for the CPC and the COPC. So thank you, Pat. They were long, I know. They were long meetings, so I appreciate that. Precinct 4.
Approved.
Precinct 5.
Approved.
Precinct 6.
Approved.
Precinct 7.
Precinct 7, approved.
Precinct 8.
Precinct 8, abstain, not present.
Precinct 9, absent. Precinct 10.
Precinct 10, approve.
Precinct 11.
Precinct 11, approved.
Precinct 12.
Approved.
Precinct 13.
Precinct 13, approve.
Precinct 14.
Abstain.
Precinct 15, not present. Precinct 16.
Abstain because I was not here for one of the meetings.
Precinct 17.
Approved.
Precinct 18.
Precinct 18, approved.
Okay. Thank you, that carries. All right. So before we get into the rest of the agenda, I did want to call the COPC members and let them know. I did send an email. It was a little late in the day. It was about 3 o'clock-ish or so. with a couple of article updates. The first was for Article 30. I did leave hard copies here, so if you didn't see the email, you can grab that. Article 30 was the petition for a warrant article amending a zoning bylaw. Most people know this as the Benny Shopping Plaza. This is for withdrawal, so that will not be taken up this fall town meeting. Article 31 was the Gaza citizens petition for the Gaza ceasefire. This has been ruled by the moderator that it's outside Plymouth Town Meeting scope of authority and will not be accepting motions. The petitioners have been encouraged by the moderator to contact our elected representatives in Congress. Article 32 is the citizen petition for public comment. The moderator has ruled that the petitioned article is outside the scope of authority of town meeting in its present form. It could be presented as a bylaw or charter change at a future town meeting. And then one that we're going to actually be speaking about this evening, Article 33, I did receive the email that you all have that the town moderator had previously ruled that the town meeting cannot bind a future town meeting. In addition, he has reviewed the opinion of Attorney Galvin, which is in that last packet that I gave you. Up at the top, it says Art 33, that in reference to Article 33. He's ruling in advance that he will not be accepting any motions that are received on this article. Now, that being said, I had set the agenda prior to receiving these. I do see that Article 33 is still on a future Finance and Advisory meeting. So, and I do know that the representatives and the petitioners have done a lot of hard work on this, and they would like to be heard with their issues. It could be one of those things where if they work through language, it could show up at fall town meeting. So I think it's only fair for all the hard work that they've put in their presentations to allow that to be heard, especially considering it may come back, and right now it's still on the Finance and Advisory Committee agenda. So that being said, we're first going to go into Matt Cardillo, who's the airport manager. The airport has a couple of articles. I know that's very brief, and he wants to be very brief. But we have Articles 5 and 6 regarding funding with the airport. So, Matt, I don't know if you want to give like a quick couple minutes.
Yeah, do you want me to just present them together?
Yep,
and then
absolutely.
Questions after, okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Weber, yes.
If nothing else, I'd like to see Mr. Cardillo from the airport address my concern as to why does the airport have separate counsel than the town? That is a concern of mine, as we have general counsel assigned to all departments of the town of Plymouth. Why is the airport, including in our communications here, and another outside attorney that is identified as airport counsel? So I'd like to see that addressed before we get into the minutia of what we may or may not get into tonight.
Sure.
And Dale, I'll probably have to get back to you on that. The past history is that the airport has, before Attorney Galvin, they had Attorney Gilmore, and he had been there for 20, 30 years. So the airport always, or the commission has always had its own representation. So I'll have to get back to you on the history of it, but that's as far as I can
Well,
get
I
today.
just want
so.
to add that
And I would kind of agree with, I think, what I heard Mr. Brewster saying, and I'm not sure myself, so I'd like the answer as well, but I don't know if it's because it's somewhat of a separate entity to the town of Plymouth. I know it overlaps, but I wonder if that's part of the reasoning, but I don't know the answer to that, to be honest with
All right, I'll wait for the answer. Thank you.
you. Okay, thank you, good question.
Thank you.
Proceed,
Thanks to the chair,
Mr.
and thank you for the committee. I'm willing to take any questions at the end after I present the two articles. So Article 5 and 6, 5 is for the, these are both articles to amend previous town articles. The first one is Article 5, which is the amendment to the annual town meeting 2022, Article 9A30, which is the environmental assessment. We're looking to increase our local share. That local share is 5%. 90% of it is covered by the Federal Aviation Administration. 5% is by MassDOT Aeronautics, and the other 5 is by the airport. We're looking to increase that line by $1,099. That would bring our total local share up to $19,849. This is because of the change of scope. We originally did environmental assessment. There was a lot of feedback from MEPA, from the Federal Aviation Administration, as well as the butters. So we're answering those comments. The total project is right around $400,000. This second EA phase is about $183,000, just to give you an idea of the scope. So it's almost as big as the first part of the EA. So yeah, that's the Article 5. Article 6 is to the annual town meeting 2023 to amend Article 9A47, the runway 624 runway design and permitting. This is because the scope, like the EA, has now changed as well. We have put in a $35,000 line for a design for the glide slope. So FAA is going to have to redesign the glide slope, which gives the airplanes the vertical guidance they need. It's going to have to be moved, things like that. So they put a line in for $35,000 for that. Another line in for, they're now requiring all federal Aviation Administration jobs to have a AGIS survey now. And the most recent one that our engineer did, they estimated about $65,000. So that's $100,000 right there. And then they have also our engineer just earmarked $100,000 for anything that comes out of this environmental phase 2. If there's kind of well monitoring for groundwater and things like that, we've put $100,000 kind of earmarked money in there. So the total increase to the project is $200,000. So our local share would increase by $10,000, bringing it from $24,000 to $34,000. This is all from the Airport Enterprise Fund, and we have enough in there to cover the 10 and the 1,099. So if anybody has any questions, I know I kept it brief, but.
Thank you for coming in this evening. Do any of the chairs, either in the room or online, have any questions for Mr. Cardillo regarding these 2 articles? Oh,
Was it-
sorry. Yeah, Frank.
Thanks. Thank you, Matt. Frank O'Brien, Precinct 11. On Article 6, I'm staring at the warrant, at least the copy that I have right now. It says that the increase is $5,000, but you just said $10,000. Is
I
that
had
just a discrepancy?
I had amended it and given it to Jeanette White, so it should have been
Okay,
included.
so this particular copy that I have is just not current.
I believe so, yeah. The one that I have has 10,000. I would assume you had gotten that as well.
And to be fair, they should be updating that online, the link. I did send the link because these things can get updated faster than I see them or get them over to you, so I apologize.
That's true, no problem. Thank you.
I think, before I get to you, Mr. Hutchinson, Chris Pratt, did you have a question? I saw the hand raised at one point.
I did, very easy. AGIS stands for, please.
I'd have to get back to you. I'm not 100% sure. It's a high, I think it's like a high altitude kind of survey they do. It looks at like obstructions and the actual pavement, looks at all the corners of the pavement. It gives you a very up-to-date GPS point kind of layout of the airport. I can get back to you on the exact.
Yeah, through Chairman Tavares, could you please provide what the initials stand for?
I will.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that these funds are all coming from enterprise funds.
They are.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Okay. The next article also, unless there are any other questions, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. It also involves the airport, so I don't know if you want to stick around in case there's any
Yeah, I'll
questions
stick
for
around.
you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Cardillo. Okay. So next up is what I spoke to earlier, Article 33. It's a citizen's petition for a moratorium to the Plymouth Airport runway expansion. Lisa, I'm hopefully not going to mispronounce your last name. Is it Montagne? Oh, sorry. And then I think Steve, your husband, is here, as well as Hillary Gibbons, correct? So however order you would like to come up, please do so. The floor is yours. And if you just announce your name and address for the record, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, Steve Lantang, 21 Baldwin Circle. family's been here for 37 years. I hope most of you read some of my lengthy things. I know there was a lot of information, lots, been going on for months, so it's how did we get here? And I'm going to just read because I could go on and on as you saw in my writings. I'm sorry. Lots of questions, assumptions, and believe some facts that we think are relevant. We pray to God we are wrong on many assumptions and perceived facts. Lack of oversight, transparency, and accountability. Almost 6 months have passed. The Airport Commission has yet responded to the initial list of questions and concerns they were given before the spring annual town meeting. Their only response has been it's for safety, and that the Airport Advisory Board, when created, will answer all the questions. I thought that's what the Airport Commission was for. They were the experienced people and knew what everything was all about. We asked the selectmen, the Airport Commission, and others if the Airport Commission could do a runway expansion if they did not get any money from the town. The common answer was, we don't think so, I don't know. That wasn't very encouraging, so that's why we submitted the article. We wanted to put that basic scope of the airport expansion in the hands of the residents, you folks. We cannot have a few people in the back room at the airport making decisions that affects all of our futures for years to come. Quality of life. We already have current issues without any airport expansion. Someone needs to be held accountable for the current state of affairs at the airport. Who is accountable for even allowing the two current jets, the Falcon 2000s, at the airport? Noise, air, peace of mind. Noise and air pollution from repetitive plane circling. Noise and air pollution from the jets landing and taking off. Noise pollution from jets taking off early morning hours. At some point, when this current crazy Plymouth housing market bubble finally bursts, we will then start facing decreased property values to the airport residents, which in time will lead to a decrease in real estate taxes, which means everyone else in the town will have to pay more taxes to make up for it. Someone will have to make up the difference. Why 5,001 feet? As the FAA stated in the Plymouth Airport Master Plan, Section 5.2, runway 624 currently meets all FAA safety requirements in accordance with AC 150, 5300, 13B. Although increasing the length of the runway pavement will in turn increase safety margins, the current runway is not unsafe for the current aircraft adhering to capacity restrictions. As the Airport Commission has been promoting, was the increase in runway length was for safety. They have been constantly claiming it was all about increasing safety to the current planes at the airport. It appears the Airport Commission has been misleading us for the real reason of the expansion. They neglected to tell us what is stated in the Massachusetts Statewide Airport System Plan, Section 2.1, in hopes to provide a significant value to business and corporate activity, as most corporate type of aircraft can operate in and out of airports having at least 5,000-foot runway. They claim the Airport Master Plan, Table 3.4, the projected activity in the future shows only a slight increase of 2 jets per week by 2031, or approximately 1.5 planes per day by 2041. Does everyone believe that? It's all about safety. Let's use their analogy they've been previous telling us at all the selectmen meetings, in the annual town meeting, and the airport meetings over the months. It's all about increasing safety. It's like painting new lines and adding guardrails to the highway. What they neglected to tell us that they are also doubling the speed limit on the highway as a byproduct, just like they are claiming that increasing the runway length is for safety, yet the current Falcon jets will be able to carry more payload and fuel as a byproduct. Does that make sense to everyone? And if their agenda was truly all about adding additional margins of safety for the current aircraft already here, would it have been prudent to extend both runways, let's say 100 feet or 200 feet, to make them equally safe? The proposed expansion on runway 624 flies directly over the largest noise-sensitive area of homes. How about trying to fix the current conditions and growing turmoil and despair with the residents before making things worse? All we've been asking is for honesty and transparency. We'd like them to be open and honest with all the reasons and facts. Then we can all try to discuss and debate rationally and respectfully. Let's try to balance any increased money aspect with the concerns and fears of all the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yep. Again, if you could just state your name and address for the record, that would be great. Thank you.
Lisa Lantang, 21 Baldwin Circle. I've lived here for 37 years. Had the runway, the small planes going over my head for years with absolutely no problem. It's been the last couple of years that the dynamic of the airport has drastically changed, and it's changed for all of us. Matt thank you very much for letting us come up and speak, because I know the article was banned or barred from town meeting by town legal counsel, advised by the airport council, stating that Mass DOT and FAA laws govern our municipal airport. We don't agree with that, and we're seeking, further information on that. The Plymouth Airport Master Plan, Section 5.2 states that runway 624 currently meets all FAA safety requirements in accordance with what my husband just, that whole line of the article number. So if the FAA is stating that the runway is safe, why does the Airport Commission still press on to expand runway 624? It's safe. There is no need for it, especially to the 5,001 feet that will bring the jets on top of the circling 3 flight schools that are there, planes that go over and over and over our homes, and we can't even carry on a conversation in our backyard when we have people over. I had videos, but Hillary is kind enough to have brought some so you can hear what we hear. The expansion would also undo the 2011 expansion of runway, God bless you, runway 1533 that evened out both runways. So it was safe and there were more options, go either way. Now the runway expansion of only 624 to get over that 5,000 feet to allow the Falcon 2000 jets to keep coming is going to extend it on the noise-sensitive areas, on all of the residents. It's all going to come back and be constantly over our house. That will be the preferred runway. The airport says there will possibly be an increase in flights. I'm not sure how they know that because they don't count the flights. Not all the planes have the ADS or ABS responders or something on them. They can shut them off. So if we call and complain about a jet that went over our house, they'll say, well, there's no record of it. You can't find it on flight radar. They can turn off the transponders on their planes. Do they track the repetitive touchdowns and the training school flights? Are they counting that when they say nothing will increase? Because it's already, it's unbearable when you have a plane circling your house, the same pattern over and over, 5, 6, 7 times, 10 minutes later, 5, 6, 7 times, 10 minutes later, Saturday afternoon when you're trying to be out in your backyard. So what can we do? We're told maybe we won't be able to go to town meeting on this. So what we do want to do is say no to Article 5 and Article 6. Not another penny of our funding, even though it's their enterprise fund, the town is allowed, as you did in the spring, April meeting, when you said no to the funding of the runway expansion, you can do it again for Article 5 and Article 6. Let's get the message that we don't support this runway expansion. I would like to read in my last thing a portion of a letter from William Keating, Member of Congress, in response to our petition, citizens' petition, to stop the expansion. His concern was the sole source aquifer. The Environmental Protection Agency concluded that the proponents did not provide sufficient information regarding the protection of the sole source aquifer located under the airport property. The EPA also pointed out that the proponents had not provided an adequate protection plan for storage of chemicals and other substances on the airport site, or an updated spill prevention and control countermeasures plan. He wants zero impact on our environment. The airport states also that the expansion is necessary for economic development in the region. It is also, this is his quote, inarguable that any potential contamination of our sole source aquifer represents a serious threat to economic development and to our physical health and quality of life. We are struggling under this airport now. I would like to introduce Hillary to come up. She's a neighbor closer to the airport than I am, and she is, if possible, more disturbed by this than I am. So thank you very much for listening to us and hearing what we have to say, and hopefully we can get in front of more people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hillary Gibbons. I am here with my husband, Derek Gibbons. I live at 21 Sioux Shaw Way. So 12 years ago, I began teaching in Plymouth, and my husband and I decided this was a community where we wanted to raise our family. We moved in 10 years ago. We spoke to neighbors about the noise from the airport, which told us that it really wasn't that bad, and that the expansion then had been voted down. We moved in because we loved the woods, the pond, the park. We even recently put in a pool and had plans drawn up for an addition because we planned to stay in this community. We now have 3 young boys who will soon be 7, 5, and 2. I am here today because for the first time in 10 years, this spring was the first time that we have ever filed a noise complaint. We now have significant concerns about the airport, and specifically the flight school and the noise and pollution it brings to our community. The flight school completely disregards the noise abatement, and it seems as though there is absolutely no control over this. Planes now fly directly over our house every other minute of the day, sometimes every minute. It truly feels like harassment. I have to go over there to show you videos, but I'm going to show you videos and then I'll come back and speak to them. Hoping you're going to be able to hear the sound. It's okay, buddy. In the June Select Board meeting, when commission members were re-elected, a member of the Select Board stated that neighbors are being heard because the expansion was turned down. I am very concerned about the future development of the airport, but I am also concerned about the current issues. We are not being heard on those issues. At this June meeting, the commissioners were asked the question about how they would improve the relationship with neighbors. Thomas Hurley explained the noise abatement. There are noise-sensitive areas in quiet hours. He explained that the flight school and visitors to the airport are made well aware of this noise abatement. Karen Goulian mentioned that maybe the lines might need to be redrawn due to development, which might be true. But the current areas on the map and the current quiet hours are not being respected already. In the 48, maybe 60 hours surrounding this meeting, I found multiple examples of the noise abatement not being followed. I sent these examples in a letter to the Select Board. I received no response from the Select Board, which is frustrating after they just claimed that they believe neighbors are being heard. I resent it. I still have not heard. The noise abatement is voluntary, so I don't even know what power that actually holds over anyone. There is absolutely no protection for the neighbors of the airport. I attended an airport commission meeting, and after explaining my concerns, after explaining how it affects my family, Ken Fosdick told me that, well, they all live in the town too, but that they need to take the emotion out of it. Thinking back on that comment, I don't understand why I would be asked to take the emotion out of it. This is my family. My family comes first. It comes before my job, and it comes before my hobbies. I've met with Matt Cardillo, and I appreciate the time he has taken to meet with me one-on-one. We had a friendly conversation, but we're on opposite sides of this. It's his job. This is my home. I have been told that there has been no change in airport traffic and flight patterns, even though the amount of noise complaints, I've been told that the amount of noise complaints, what they used to receive yearly, they are now receiving monthly. Matt has told me that legally there is nothing he can do, but yet they are telling the public that they are working with neighbors. I am not exactly sure what that is, except for the plan to form a committee. However, that committee won't have any power, so it sounds like a way of appeasing us. Although I have many concerns with the development of the airport, environmental issues, health issues, an increase in the number of jets, which has already increased significantly, my family's biggest issue right now is the noise and pollution, specifically from the flight school, some of which use leaded fuel. Again, although supposedly there has been no increase to airport traffic and no change to the flight pattern, planes are taking off directly over my home every 1 to 2 minutes before the sound of the previous plane even fades away. The video I shared with you is a representation of what now happens daily directly over my home. This absolutely is a change. In fact, we used to go to Plain Jane's to see the planes because we did not see them very often. No one is keeping a record of the flight school's takeoffs and landings, not the airport and not the flight school. I have asked if there is data on this, and the response from both is that no, there is no data. The flight school has multiple planes out at once every single day of the week, which are performing touch and goes. They take off and land over and over again. There is not a minute of silence at my house anymore. The photo that I have up here, this is a representation of just one plane, one flight school plane above my home. There are multiple out at a time. You can't see my home on that map because it's under the white. The noise is absolutely destroying my mental health. With 3 young boys, we spend most days outside all day. On Father's Day, I had to put my 1-year-old in the car and go for a drive because I could not take another second of the plane flying over. On Labor Day, when our extended family was visiting, I called the flight school, and they told me they could not change the current lesson plan, but they could tell some planes later in the day. By then, my family's not there anymore. If the flight school and airport are making an effort with neighbors, why are they designing a lesson plan around touch and goes on Labor Day and over the neighboring communities that are in the noise-sensitive areas on the noise abatement? My older boys and I read Harry Potter this summer outside by the pool and had to continue to pause every minute because of the planes. This past Thursday night, my family tried to eat dinner outside. I recorded the entire dinner. In 15 minutes, 8 planes flew directly over. I can't hear my son telling me about his day at school. This is a normal occurrence. We used to eat outside every day. Since the beginning of the spring, we have been unable to enjoy a quiet Saturday or Sunday family breakfast, lunch, or dinner outside. We barely even try anymore. The planes wake up our family. Just yesterday morning, a jet landed before 7 a.m., woke up myself and all of the kids. Don't worry, my husband slept through it. Most videos I take of my children at home have the roar of a plane taking off in the background. You saw the video of the plane making my 1-year-old cry and come running across the yard. This happens often. My husband often has to shut the windows while he is working from home on meetings. He also coached our boys' baseball team this spring and summer at West Rec, so unfortunately I couldn't escape the noise from the airport even when I wasn't home. I know that this might sound dramatic, but it truly is impacting my family in this way. My family is just one of many that are being impacted. There are times that I hate being home. Some days I don't want to go home because I know it's going to put me in a bad mood and consume me. I have more videos of screenshots of planes than I do of my family on my phone. The noise truly feels like a form of torture that I cannot turn off. If you have any questions, my husband and I invite you to our home to discuss any issues further or to see firsthand the air traffic that is over our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. So at this point, I mean, we all know that the article is somewhat in limbo. I know that the presenters are looking at other avenues, but I'd open this up to any questions either online or here in the room to the Committee of Precinct chairs or any thoughts that they may have. Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Matt. Frank O'Brien, Precinct 11. I've experienced the noise issue somewhat. We're in Precinct 11, which is West Plymouth, and we've lived for 20 years on Peter Road, which is opposite Pinewood Lodge. So we have the air traffic flying over the lake that's there, and so the ground absorbs the noise. Unfortunately, the lake repels it or pushes it up, if I'm using the proper word. Plus, we also have the enjoyment on Sunday mornings of listening to the Plymouth Rod and Gun Club as well. It's we've gotten used to it over the years. I'm not going to say anything that I'm not an airport person. I don't know how to even fly a plane. All I know is just how to buy a seat on one. But I would just express this to the airport manager since he's here tonight. You can always reach out to us. We're town meeting members in Precinct 11, and we all live close to the airport. Invite us to one of the meetings and see what goes on there. And I've been on a town meeting member for 10 years now, and unfortunately, I've never seen, and this is my ego talking, so I'm not going to be hurt. I've never received an invitation to come to any one of the meetings. True, yeah, I could always spend my day looking on the website for a meeting that the Airport Commission is having, but I have other things I can do during the day. So, thank you.
Anyone else have any comments, questions online here? Yes, Mr. Weber.
Thank you. I will ask one question to the airport manager, just from my instant reaction to the video. Is there any requirements of aircraft as regarding mufflers on these engines? Because obviously that first one, and I know the plane, as I spend a lot of time at the airport in between meetings, and I know the plane, that it's a turboprop, I believe, but are there any regulations? I know that airplanes have to go through annual inspections, but does that encompass exhaust systems?
They do have exhaust systems. I mean, Chris, you could probably, they don't have they have a muffler, but it's not like a car muffler, right? Yeah. He's Chris Hilberg is the owner of Alpha One. He is a mechanic as well.
Specifically, I think it's important. Yes, my name is Chris Hilberg. I'm the Hilberg on all the planes that you see. I've operated Alpha One Flight Services for 35 years, 36 years now at Plymouth Airport. And I have a lot of data to support some of the information and I'm here to provide that. But specifically to your question, which is a great, great question, it's actually not the engine noise for the most part that you're hearing. It's the propeller noise. And the particular airplane that you saw on the first one is not a flight school airplane, that's a seaplane. It's a Cessna 185. It's not based at this airport, and in particular, when the propeller tips approach the speed of sound, you're actually hearing the speed of sound, it breaking the speed of sound. It's characteristic of that particular airplane, although other airplanes can and likely do make similar noises. There are procedures that we try to do, noise-sensitive procedures that pilots try to do, and it's up to the pilot to make that determination. But that particular airplane is known for being somewhat loud. It's slow because it's a seaplane, all those factors into it. So I just wanted to make sure that was very clear to you, okay?
And part of our noise abatement procedures for planes like that, they have what's called a constant speed prop. How they control the RPM is by changing the pitch of the propeller. Sometimes if you take some of that pitch off, that gets rid of some of that sound. And part of our noise abatement procedure, which we try to get out as best we can, is for them to safely, whenever safely able to, pull back that prop so it alleviates some of that noise and that breaking of the sound barrier, the propeller that Chris was talking about. So.
Okay, before I get to Christine Pratt and Mr. Costello, since you're here you're the flight school, is that correct? I'm not a pilot, that's for sure. Very similar to Mr. O'Brien, I know how to buy a seat on a plane and that's about it. I'm a little disturbed that, or I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can explain it to me in layman's terms, how the airport and the training school has no data or has any idea how many flights happen per day. How is that not even like an FAA regulation?
Yeah, so at the airport, we're not required to. We have systems that we have a system there right now because it's called a guard system. It uses the airport common traffic advisory frequency, so the radio they all talk on, to estimate the amount of operations. I have those numbers. I can share those numbers if you'd like. We actually just upgraded to a better system that uses the ADS-B data to track runway use, type of aircraft, stuff like that. So we'll probably have a little bit more specific data, but we're not required by any kind of FAA regulations to take any of that data. Chris can probably speak to.
Is that due to the size of the airport? Is that why?
What was that?
Is that due to the size of the airport?
Yeah.
Or- Okay.
And we don't have like a control tower. Like if you went to Hyannis,
Right.
it's a little bit smaller, but the control tower actually calculates movements or counts movements. Chris could probably speak to the flight school and how he tracks the usage. It's probably by the hours and stuff like that. But.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yes. Again, Chris Hilberg. The first thing I'd like to make a point to you is that because of the size of the airport, we're talking operations. So in pilot jargon, a takeoff or a landing is actually two operations. We consider that an operation. And the type of operations at a towered field, they may or may not track that. It's up to the tower to determine that. But at an airport such as Plymouth, which is non-towered, means that there is not necessarily anybody tracking the operations. Now, at the flight school, we do not track individual operations of aircraft. We track activity. Just as Matt said, it's hours. And I have a fair amount of data to provide that. And actually, our busiest years was 1997 by substantial amounts. I can read you the hours and the times and how many hours by the month. And there are two demands on activity. Again, I'm one of 3 flight schools, but there are 2 demands, two drivers of activity. The economy, and that's further broken down to pilot shortage and the overall economy in general, and then weather. Those are the 2 biggest factors that will identify specific activity. I can speak to those at some time if you'd like, and provide everybody here data that's pretty clear. It's a business number.
I'm going to go to Christine and then Mr. Costello.
So just 2 comments. The first of which is noise abatement early. I made a note of early morning jets before 7 a.m. And the fact that noise abatement is voluntary. So can somebody please explain to me why jets would be, disrupting our residents before 7 a.m. when construction, legally commercial construction can't start before 7? And then secondarily, I, like Matt, find it very alarming that we're feigning ignorance on data. I find it hard to believe that the flight school doesn't know how many times they take off and how many times they land. I find it hard to believe that management for the airport can't tell how many planes are coming in or going out. I mean, let's be realistic here. You know, it's all money, and you know what? You've got to have data behind that. So if you want my support at town meeting for an expansion, I want to see numbers. I want the residents to see numbers, and I want I want us to be responsive to those residents when it comes to data information and, again, noise abatement. There should be no jets that are waking people up before 7 a.m. in the morning. There just shouldn't be. So, if management for the airport wants to comment, I want to see some data before we consider investing any more money, enterprise fund or not, in an expansion on the runways. Thank you.
Speak to that,
Okay,
yeah, I
yeah,
agree.
so if you could speak to the abatement and
Yeah.
then also kind of clarify, I think, for our education, what the quiet hours actually are, please.
Yeah, so I'll talk, number one, like I said, we're not required by law or by the FAA to track any of those flights, but we are being proactive. We just upgraded to a new system that is a lot more accurate than the system that we previously used, that a lot of other airports in the state probably do not use. Maybe Hanscom uses it. Actually, Hanscom does use it, and another airport uses it as well. But we just want to get good data to support what we believe is happening at the airport. So to that point, was it Pratt? Is Christina Pratt? Yeah, we're working at getting better data. It just takes time to get that data. When it comes to the quiet hours, we ask that there's no touch and goes after 9 a.m. and before 7 a.m. So no touch and goes. So that 9 p.m. Sorry, 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. Touch and goes are considered if an airplane lands, doesn't turn off the runway, go back and take off. That's called a full stop taxi back. A touch and go is when you just literally touch and go. So you put the throttles back in, go around. So from like a noise abatement jet arrival, we do not have quiet hours per se, but those noise abatement touch and go procedures are kind of their own quasi, I guess, quiet hours, just based on if a pilot was to look at it. We cannot, because of our grant assurances with the FAA, limit access to the airport. The airport is open 24/7. We can implement those noise abatement procedures, like we said, but like Lisa said, those noise abatement procedures are procedures. They're not regulations, and they're not like law, or like we don't, like Ms. Pratt was saying, the noise for like a concert or something at night, there's no noise kind of restrictions on the airport, I guess you'd say. So, and to the point of the noise abatement procedures as well, when it comes to especially West Plymouth, when they're departing on a runway that goes to the east, they're in their climb to the east towards the bay, I'd say. And in that phase of flight, they're going to be climbing out. What our noise abatement says is to climb out to 850 feet before making any turns. If the neighborhoods are directly in line with that runway, the pilots, for safety's sake, are not going to be doing S-turns or anything like that. They're going to be climbing out straight to 850 feet and then taking turns. I know in one of the pictures it talks about taking a right-hand turn after the noise abatement procedures. Those are noise abatement procedures for jets that are departing. We ask for them generally when they get an IFR clearance or clearance with a flight plan. They turn them basically to the Cape. They throw them down to the Cape controllers. So they're always making that right turn. We just ask them in our noise abatement procedures to make that turn as soon as possible, as soon as safely possible, which helps to avoid the West Pond, Big West Pond and Little West Pond. It doesn't, sometimes in the climb, they can't turn safely before that to get over towards Miles Standish and kind of the less populated areas. We're also working with NetJets, who's an operator in and out of the airport, and other airport or other operators to try and work on. They have their own noise abatement departure procedures that they can also implement, so we're hopefully having them do those as well. So I don't want people to think we're not being proactive. We are.
Matt, follow up?
Go ahead.
Yep.
Very quickly, there are other airports on the Cape, et cetera, and do they have more stringent noise abatement policies or procedures? that you know of?
Off the top of my head, I can't, I don't know their noise abatement procedures.
Maybe we should look into it? Because
No, agreed.
there's clearly
I
an
agree, and I think
issue.
that's part of this community advisory committee that the commission's been putting together, and we'll be presenting to the select board at the 24th, September 24th meeting, that's stuff that we can definitely talk about and implement.
I have Mr. Costello, Mr. LaFrari, and then Catherine Holmes.
Yes, just quickly, I know you can't, or you don't track all the different operations, but does the town or does your department keep a record of all of the complaints year over year?
Yes, we do, yep.
Where
I
would-
actually have this right
Where will we
here.
find that?
I have a spreadsheet myself that goes back to January of '21, but it's not, it's a public document because it's on my computer, but you can request that. We don't put it publicly on our website, but.
Is there a spike, as one of the applicants said, is there a spike in the last year or two? That
So if I was to show, there was August of this year compared to August of last year. August of last year, we had 3 noise complaints. August of this year, we had 41 noise complaints. That's a 1,300% increase. And I can say that our fuel sales and our operations have not increased by 1,300%. I have that data as well.
But to have such a number like that, what would be some of the reasons you might attribute to that? I happen to live, I have the very unique, maybe not, maybe there's people in this room, I'm actually a student pilot, and I live at the end of 6.
Yeah.
And I love the airport, I've been there 35 years. But I happened to notice yesterday, Sunday, yesterday, at a birthday party, it was excessive. And I enjoy it typically, but there was a period of time when we're trying to have birthday cake, and you had to actually stop your conversation. So I can see an uptick in it. Maybe it's the weather, maybe it's the activity, I don't know, but the percentage of that increase year over year, there's definitely has to be a reason.
Yeah, and I'm just, sorry. Well, the Saturday or Sunday? Yeah. Yeah. You saying the weather was better
I
yesterday?
want to people
Yeah.
to refrain from talking back there. One, nobody at home can hear you. Our chairs online can't hear you. So if you're going to be speaking, please come to the podium. But secondly, if you could repeat what was said, because I couldn't even hear it up here.
No, I think he was just referring to the fact that the weather was good yesterday. Is that what you were saying?
Oh, yeah, it was a terrific, it was a terrific day.
Yeah.
And so maybe, if nothing else, maybe we can get to the chair, the last, we'd say 3 years of history.
Yeah, I have the 3 years of history right here, yeah.
And if you can get that to be disseminated.
Matt, if you can send that.
Yeah,
over.
yeah, I will. It's just, like I said, it's interesting. I've been looking at our fuel sales. I've been looking at our guard data, which is that tracking, and you'd think they would correlate, but they don't. So I'm just trying to figure it out myself.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Move on, Mr. LaFrari, and then Catherine, and then Mr. Brewster.
Thank you. Just a little confusion, Mr. Cardillo.
Yep.
And the gentleman over there that owns the flight school. I'm a little confused with no data from the resident here, and then, yes, a lot of data. That's a little confusing. So I don't know why she doesn't have the data that she's been asking for or looking for. Again, I don't know if that's private or public information. Yeah, if you want to
Yeah,
address
Chris,
that,
you
that's
want, Chris,
fine.
if you want to speak to that.
I don't know if all the conversations have been with you, Mr. Cardillo, or with you, sir, as well.
I've not spoken to the family.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't have you, I can't, everyone in the room, we have chairs online because we're doing Zoom. The microphones do not pick you up sitting over there. And I also don't want, it's a little out of order. I can't have back and forth like this. It needs to come through the chair. So first, if you could answer the question, and then if there's more follow-up, Mr. LaFrari, for the family, that's fine.
Data's funny, it's specific. You asked, I think everybody's asking for operations, as I said earlier. We do not track operations. I don't have someone that's sitting watching planes taking off and landing and recording those operations every day. There is not a counter in an airplane that records that. It's not like a shopping clicker we used to take to the grocery store. So we don't have that type of data. The data we have that's very reflective, after 36 years, folks, of teaching and working at Plymouth Airport, I have in my hands, and I'm happy to present it. I've presented it before at meetings at the Airport Commission. I can put it in a more formal format, provide them to Mr. Cardillo, and give that data to you to support what we're referring to. And I'm happy to provide that at any time you like. So I'm not withholding anything, and neither is the flight school. But again, what specific data are you looking for? We simply don't have a mechanism to track every takeoff and landing.
Mr. Ferry, do you have any follow-up to that, or?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
then I have Catherine Wrestling and
Okay.
Mrs. Cavaco.
So I'll make it quick. So I thought I heard also that there are no, or there's not a lot of regulations up at the airport. Maybe it's because of no air traffic control tower, I'm not sure. But I would imagine there's some. And I'm also curious, and who holds the airport accountable to comply with those regulations? Because it doesn't sound like that's taken place.
What specifically are you talking about, like federal aviation regulations that are applied to pilots, or the?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you had said that there was no regulations that you needed to follow.
Oh, no, I'm not saying there's no regulations. I'm saying when it comes to like tracking data, we're not required to. I guess probably I said there's no regulation that requires us to track that data. But no, all the regulations, all the FARs, federal aviation regulations that pilots learn and have to demonstrate to get their private pilot's license are all followed. We have we do the best of our ability to, because we don't have a control tower, myself and my other staff do our best to listen to the radios and try and help where we can, but we can only do that in an advisory perspective. We can advise them what to do, we can't tell them what to do. And in advising them, sometimes we're pushing our liability onto them, because if then they do something that they get hurt, it comes back on me. It doesn't come back on the person that asked me to do it.
Okay. Well, thank you. The resident had expressed that, she's been trying to reach out to you. She has been communicating with you. She doesn't seem like there's a lot of effective results from that. For me to support something like this expansion, I would like to see more numbers. I stand with Chris Pratt on this. And I would also like to see better results from working with the residents. Thank you.
Catherine, Mr. Brewster, and then Mrs. Cavaco.
Okay, hi, everyone. I'm really concerned what I'm hearing here this evening. Can you hear me okay, Matt?
Oh, loud and clear.
Okay, great. So I'm really concerned. One, because I don't know all of the details on what the flight school does, but I do have a very distinct memory of 9/11. And it was very clear in the investigations that were done that the people that attacked us in that egregious attack on our buildings and our people, they were trained in local flight schools at local small towns in the United States. And those terrorists did that. So I'm hearing, if I heard correctly, that you're not tracking when they go up and when they come down. And I find that really alarming. And I'm hoping that I just heard that incorrectly. Could someone speak to that? Because I think that's really a deep risk for us, just in that alone.
I think I can speak to
Mr. Cardillo.
the 9/11 terrorists. TSA now requires, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but every single student that goes through training at his flight school or any other flight school has to go through a TSA screening. So I guess that's something different since 9/11. And then, like Chris was saying, with the tracking of takeoffs and landings, it's just something that we haven't done. Maybe we do it in the future, but it's something that we haven't tracked.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So if you have a missing person, I mean, there's so many reasons why you would want to do that. I'm not in the industry of aeronautics or airline industry at all. So that's not my expertise. But if you are training people to fly, and we know this from even, all of the flights that have unfortunately gone down that were little small planes, you know, you need to know how long has somebody been missing, but they didn't come back. And so that's critical, very basic data that I can't understand why we wouldn't be capturing. And then secondly, we know that we have homegrown terrorists right here in this country that are not a flight risk. We have people that go into schools and
Catherine, I
shoot
think
them
we're
up.
getting off the topic of it.
No, we're
about-
not.
Yeah,
Because
because this
the
is about
data,
a
we're not.
moratorium article, Catherine, and this isn't about
Right. So
the
what I'm saying
safety,
is that
unfortunately.
if I could just finish my sentence here.
Yeah,
So
a
what I
minute.
think is the real concern is that now we're expanding this area where we're going to have more people, and clearly there's a problem that there is an increase that's causing a lot of disruption to the residents in that area. And so the more I hear about it, the more concerned I am. And so I can't in good faith support anything further happening at the airport until I feel confident that we are monitoring who's coming in and who's going up and who's coming back. I mean, that's basic. So then you would be able to say, well, yes, there is a 50% increase in flights going over these residents. And maybe then you could adjust your flight patterns or whatever, but it doesn't sound like you even have that basic information. So all of that tied together is really concerning. And us as a town of Plymouth should be very concerned about that. So whether it's in the article or not, did anybody know that they don't have any clue as to when someone's taking off and landing? That's concerning to me. So I'll leave it at that. I stand with Mr. LaFury and Ms. Pratt regarding the data. I'm hoping that even if you're not doing it today, you'll change your process and policy so that you start doing it. It's really concerning. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to go on to Mr. Brewster and then Mrs. Cavaco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is a lot about what everybody's been talking about. You can't have a leaf blower going before 7 a.m. and construction companies. I'm interested of whether other towns have bylaws about their airports and if that is something we should be looking at. Secondly, I'm hearing that unless you have a bunch more statistics and data at town meeting, this is going to be a hard sell. I listened to this, and I've always been of the ilk, if you bought a house near an airport, you're going to hear airplanes. But the one data that you do have about the amount of complaints going up that much, it's staggering, you know, that we haven't, as an airport, said, gee, what's going on? And you have the data of complaints, but you don't have the data of what's been going on for those years. And I totally understand, as a business, the airport wants to continue, and there's people who use it and people who should be able to use it. But I also feel that the residents have something going on here, and what I'm also hearing is that the residents don't feel they're being heard. And town meeting said this at the last town meeting when the airport tried to do this expansion. They said, you gotta have some, public input. And I'm not hearing what that public input was, and I'm not, feeling confident that anything's changed from the last time you brought this. So I would highly suggest, if you want any way of passing this, that you get some more data and equal out the data that you have as opposed to the data of complaints.
When it comes to
Mr. Brewster, are you referring to passing Article 5 and 6? Is that? Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that. But I'll let Mr. Cardillo speak to your points.
Yeah, when it comes to the noise complaints, the number of noise complaints is up, the number of complainants is not. Just want to say that. And when it comes to
Say that again, the number of complaints,
noise complaints,
but not complainants.
but complainants is the same.
So in other words, it's the same
Yes.
complaints. Got it.
Just to that point. And then when it comes to town meeting, and I know one of the petitioners at town meeting, they told us, hey, get some more environmental data before we can even move forward with voting yes on this. That's exactly what we're doing today with Article 5. I'm asking for more money because the comments were heard by MIPA and by the Federal Aviation Administration and from the abutters, from the Langtangs themselves put comments in. We are answering those comments in this EA Phase 2. We're working towards answering all those questions and comments that were brought to us. And like that petitioner said at town meeting, let us get through the environmental part first. And then just because we get through the environmental part does not mean the runway is going to be extended. The environmental part is just a part of the puzzle, I guess you'd say.
Mrs. Cavaco and then Mr. Leary. Betty, you're on mute. Betty, you've been on mute.
Okay, here we go. I find it absurd that we're not tracking planes that are landing and taking off. One of the big things that I'm sure you folks from the airport will begin to notice is that transparency is really important to our residents. And not only do I expect that all the complaints and all the information that these people are looking for be on the town website, because you know what? We as residents have paid many, many times and tapped into the general fund to support the airport. So as far as I'm concerned, that should be public information. The problem being is that there is not enough communication that these folks are getting, and you've promised the information. And until, I know in my opinion, until these residents get what they're supposed to be getting and looking for, and until you start tracking airplanes now, not cars, airplanes that are landing in an airport and taking off and going to wherever. I mean, you track complaints, but you're not tracking planes. I think that's ridiculous. You have to be more transparent. You've got to get the information out there, and you have to communicate with the residents, because otherwise you're never going to get support from town meeting for anything. So that's all I have to say.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Mrs. Cavaco. Did you have more? Sorry.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to people that I haven't heard from. So Mr. Leary, and then Pat Adelman and Ms. Pratt. And, I'm starting to hear a lot of the same conversations. So hopefully out of the next three of you, it might be something different, but I'm definitely hearing the same kind of comments. So I think we're getting a little repetitive. Mr. Leary.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the jets and the turboprops are taking off and landing on 246 anyways now, correct?
Yeah, it all depends on the weather and the wind.
Right.
So
Well,
whatever runway, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause we
But our
did
calm
extend-
wind runway is runway 24, so they would be taking off and landing on
Okay.
24, so going to the west.
So the extension is for an aborted takeoff?
Aborted takeoff, yeah. It
Okay,
just adds
so,
the safety margin.
The actual takeoff pattern isn't going to change with this?
If you were taking off on runway 6, which goes to the east, you're taking off, in theory, 351 feet further west. So in
Right.
theory, you'd be, I don't know I can't do the trig on that, but you'd be X amount of feet higher over that section of West Plymouth, so.
Right, but it isn't going to extend, they can take off like it is, it's currently using.
Yes, but
Yeah.
again, it increases their safety margin.
Yeah, okay. That's the other thing. Then I think another thing people have to understand, I was reading in there, they were saying, might bring in bigger jets. There's a weight limit on that.
Yeah, 64,000 pounds is the most that our runway can take. The 351 feet does not change the classification of the airport. The airport is considered a B2 airport. We're not changing the classification in any way. The runway does not, after this runway extension, can't carry up 100,000 pounds or something like that. The airplanes that are using the airport right now would use the airport in the future. And just to make a point as well, the jets that are coming in aren't coming in and they're just not sitting and staying at the Plymouth airport. They're coming here because they have a reason to come to Plymouth. They're either supporting the local economy, supporting a local company. Bunch of people we get in the summer are playing golf. So they're coming and supporting the community. They're not coming and just staying at the airport. So they have a reason to come to the airport. if the town wants to give people more reasons to come to the airport, they'll keep coming. So.
All right. Pat, and then Chris, and then Mr. Brown, yeah?
First of all, I have my sympathies to the petitioners, and I agree with all my other town meeting chairs about their comments, especially about tracking the takeoffs and touchdowns. And I'm wondering if there is any way that we can demand that that data be kept. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Pat. I'm actually, Chris, if you don't mind, because you have spoken, I'm going to go to Mr. Brown and then you, if that's okay. Mr. Brown.
George Brown, Precinct 7. First of all, I hear all the complaints, but there has to be some realization here. If you go in and out of Logan Airport, you're very well tracked. It's extremely busy, it has a tower, and it handles all sizes of aircraft. In fact, if you take one of the aircraft that does come in and out of Plymouth, they don't want to see it at Logan because it's a major, and it's also very expensive for the pilot too.
Very, yeah.
So there's an understanding here, the type of airport we have. There are many untowered airports throughout New England. And under FAA regulations, if you're flying a certain size aircraft or less, you don't even have to file a flight plan. You decide you're going for a $100 hamburger, you go down the airport, you get in your plane, no one's in the way, you take off and go for the airport you want to go for your $100 hamburger, as we call it. The thing is, there is no FAA regulation to track individual owners of aircraft. So if my good friend and former employer wants to go down to Norwood and get on his plane and take off somewhere, he just has to do it. Now, he likes to file a flight plan only for his own safety. So it's to understand at the class of airport we have in Plymouth, there is no requirement for aircraft to log in or log out of an operations center because we don't have one. It is, and plus, under FAA regulations, an airport has to be available for landing 24 hours a day, whether they like it or not. And it's not up to us to change that. The FAA has already shot down many communities that wanted to limit aircraft after 8 o'clock in the morning. It didn't fly. So let us be realistic.
All right.
Let's be realistic. We have to really be realistic about what the requirements are for the airport. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Pratt.
So I understand that you're looking to increase our contribution for an environmental assessment. Does the environmental assessment include noise? Are we doing anything to evaluate the increase in noise across our community
So
with that
before I let Mr.
environmental assessment? Or is it just addressing what Mr. Keating mentioned, which is that we don't appear to have an adequate plan for hazardous materials, and we have some concern about the impact to the sole source aquifer? That's my question.
Sure. Before I do have the answer to your earlier question. So before I have Mr. Cardillo speak to yours, and for everyone in the room, an AGIS survey is Airport's Geographic Information System survey. It's a way of looking at what's above the airport, below the airport, and on the surface of the airport, but it can also help analyze ground and surface conditions, airspace, taxiway realignment like we're talking about, and if they decided to expand their building. That being said, Mr. Cardillo, would you like to?
Yeah. So the first part, so we're talking this part, the second part of this EA is EA Phase 2. Phase 1 did talk about noise. It was, there's certain FAA algorithms that are used for noise contours. Those noise contours, to do a noise study, a Part 50 noise study, they have to be objectionable. Ours were not objectionable, so we weren't required to do any kind of noise study. When it comes to all those other concerns, the EA Phase 2, I'll give you an idea of what the scope of the EA Phase 2 is looking into. They're looking at land impacts, wetlands, stormwater, climate change adaptation, public health, sole source water aquifer, environmental justice, the rare species, because the airport is a national heritage rare species area. I have a lot of birders out there. The comment response, as I said, and then agency consultation, so working with FAA and MassDOT and stuff like that. So,
All right, thank you.
Thank
So all three of you want to speak, or, okay, so Ron, and then, are you raising your hand or just getting my attention? Okay, Ron, then Mr. Hutchinson.
Thank you.
Please.
Ron Riley, Precinct 13, who's also with Frank in West Plymouth, a little further away. We do see some activity. I've been in Plymouth since '89 and in West Plymouth for over 20 years, and a precinct chair and town meeting member for the better part of that. So we did have the extension a few years ago that evened out the two runways, and it was explained to me that the extension would not allow larger planes because you would need, it's not the length of the runway, but the thickness of the runway that would bring it to the next level. So we're still not allowing larger planes, we just want a longer runway at this point. Is that with the extension that we're talking about, the 5,001 feet?
yes.
Okay. So, the airport's a business. It wants to grow. I get that. And I'm trying to see both sides of this, the residents and the airport. And I know 30-some odd years ago, Logan put triple pane windows in houses in East Boston because of the noise, on one side of the house only. And I'm not asking that for West Plymouth by any stretch. This is beyond that. But with this growth, what caps it? When does it stop? Because unless they start buying houses and leveling them to create free space, so to say, for accidents, noise, whatever, this activity isn't warranted over these tight neighborhoods. So, and I've loved the airport. We go there for breakfast. We were there a few weeks ago watching the touchdown takeoffs going, and with the grandkid, and everybody was happy, and didn't seem like too busy of a day. It was still early morning, I think, at that point. But, so where do we cap this growth? How do we cap this growth so that everybody can live within what we have here?
Yeah, it's like we've said before, the airport's I work for the Airport Commission. The Airport Commission, the airport is under their care and custody. Every 10 years or so, 5-10 years, they do these assessments. They do an airport layout plan and a master plan, much like a town does. This last one, we did a runway length analysis based on the Falcon 2000 as the primary aircraft, and we were looking at runway extensions, and there were alternatives that were looked at: 850 feet, 550 feet, and 351 feet, and also a no-build, which is always part of it. The commission, because they wanted to not impact any wetlands, because this is the last area on the airport where they could put any kind of pavement. They can't put it to the north because you'd be on South Meadow Road. To the south, we'd be impacting wetlands, and to the west, obviously, we'd be going towards private land. So this would be, I would say, the last extension that they would do. 351 feet. Again, there's 850-foot option, 550-foot option. They settled on a 351 option, 51-foot option because they also wanted to not impact wetlands, and also they didn't want to be an impact to the neighbors as well.
Matt, if I could.
Mr. Riley, follow up, and then Mr. Hutchinson,
So
please.
not having a control tower, there's no control over the activity other than it's self-control? Is that it? It's by radio, by radar?
95% of the airports in the country are untowered airports. They do not have a tower. They talk on a common traffic advisory frequency. Myself, when I learned to fly, when Chris learned to fly, when Karen learned to fly, when Doug learned to fly, we all learn how to fly in a traffic pattern. So everyone up there knows exactly what everyone else is doing, and when we're talking, we know where people are. So these people are very educated, smart people up there they all want to stay safe as well too. So, so I wouldn't say uncontrolled is kind of a weird word. It's a non-towered airport.
It's self-controlled. You're your own policing.
Well, we're not policing as airport like employees. They're communicating with each other on a radio and letting each other know. And if we hear something like, we don't allow right traffic, FARs do not allow right traffic, so right turns, all the turns are left turns in traffic patterns. So if I hear somebody on right traffic, I say, hey, no right traffic in Plymouth, can you please go left traffic? So, but I can't go on there and tell somebody, hey, you're gonna land on this runway, do this, that, and the other thing. Because I'm not an air traffic controller, I have no control over that, so.
Okay.
Mr. Hutchinson.
Thank you. The basic question that I had listening to all this is, can we apply local regulations here? Which is to say, coming from Mr. Brewster as well, is there any way that we can set town policy? Could we write a bylaw? Could we ask the town council to draft a bylaw with respect to managing the airport and its parameters?
My advice from our legal counsel is that State Mass General Law, Chapter 90, where the airport commission gets their rights and their privileges as airport commissioners, would supersede any local bylaw. But we can talk to talk to airport private counsel about.
Yeah, and town council, that would be not directed by this board, that would be directed by select board. We don't direct town council to write bylaws. We can't.
Sure, and I wouldn't, that's not what I meant.
Then I
My sense
misunderstood
was, could we do something ourselves? That's the general question, and I think that he answered it with saying that Chapter 90 dictates that we can't.
Yeah, and the FAA would probably most likely have a problem with it as well.
Okay.
All right, I'm definitely starting to hear a lot of the similar things. I do have, I'm sorry? Yeah, unless anyone has anything new to add, I will let the committee know. I mean, this is in discussion and it's at the committee's pleasure. I do have one person online that's not a member of the COPC. So if any members of the COPC would like her recognized to speak, please let me know. Otherwise, we do keep this at the chair's level right now.
I have one further question, if I might.
Yep, Mr. Weber.
So this is to the airport manager. Does the airport charge landing fees?
Yes.
You can't track, if you're tracking revenue stream, you can't track landings?
Oh, we track landings, but it's only over a certain weight is what anything over 8,000 pounds is what we track. So anything larger.
So what percentage?
We as a general aviation airport do not charge single engine airplanes because we like to keep it friendly. There's other airports in the region that have done that, and it kind of kills the vibe of the airport, and people don't like coming there. So
Do you charge takeoff fees?
we do not.
So just landing and tie downs?
Yeah, when we talk about landing fees, it's not like every time someone lands, we charge them. When they land and park, we charge them. We charge them based on their weight, and if they're overnight, we charge them an overnight fee.
Right. So that's an information source that could be used to.
Yeah, but most likely we're going to be just tracking any kind of like
And
turbine
also-
or jets.
Also, in closing, and I know it's getting long, the flight school, they have to know who is enrolled in their classes, number one. Number two, they have to track their hours of flight. Number three, they have to earn a certain number of touch and goes in order to qualify at a solo and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just wondering, is that not another source that can be used to track activity? Along with the website that I have visited frequently, adsexchange.com, which shows live, I was just looking at it a minute ago till I got disconnected, shows all the activity around Plymouth and including two planes that I believe they're doing touch and goes right now.
Can I speak to that?
Yep, come on up.
I'm sorry. I just want to clear this up. We know who's flying and when they're flying, all the time. We know who's in an airplane, if they're overdue, and when they're back, all the time, every time. Okay? It's crucial to our business. It's not something that we allow. We approve everybody who can fly an airplane. Many of them go through TSA screening, as Matt has checked. So you are correct. And yes, I am prepared to provide that activity that you're speaking of to give you a general idea of where we were last year, 3 years ago, 10 years ago, 30 years ago.
I think that would be great if you could get that to Matt, and then Matt, if you wanted to get that over to me, that would be helpful, and I'll disseminate it to the chairs.
We'll do, Matt.
All right. All right, not hearing any new kind of arguments or questions. I'll give you 1 minute to wrap up,
Yeah,
Mr.
I was just
Cardillo,
saying,
but
my
to be
one
fair,
Yeah.
I'm going to also give the petitioners a minute to
Yeah,
wrap up if you're going to
perfectly
have a closing argument, if
And
you will.
it was just, I was gonna, Precinct 11, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. At any point.
Frank O'Brien.
Yeah, I really, we've done it with the select board and we've done it with local legislators. We should do it with the COPC, is invite you down as a group to show you the airport and give you some time to ask questions while we're on the tarmac and stuff like that.
I'm sure a number of us would be happy to make that field trip.
Okay.
Does anyone from the petitioners have one last thing to say? I just want to take one person because we've been on the subject for a lot longer than I had planned.
Matt, can I just make one statement? Just as we
Mr. Riley.
mentioned about the 3 precincts in West Plymouth, there's also West Plymouth steering. When any development is coming into the area, they're notified. A runway extension, I would think, would be falling under these guidelines.
Have you gone before the West Plymouth
Yeah.
Steering Committee? I think
The previous manager did with the with the chair of the airport commission. They went in front of the steering committee back in fall of 2022 or 2021, I think.
Right, 2021.
Yeah.
at that time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hillary.
So just one thing that was mentioned, and I just want to be clear about. My husband and I know that we bought a home near an airport. That is why we spoke to neighbors about it. It has changed dramatically. And there is a significant difference between a plane coming in to visit for some reason, taking off and landing and going away. But a plane that is circling my home 20 times brings a significant amount of noise and a significant amount of pollution compared to a visiting plane, especially when it's not one plane circling 20 times, it's multiple planes circling 20 times at the same time. So that is different. Those are very different circumstances. And then one thing we discussed is that many people, although they were talking about the same complainants, people don't realize that they can call and complain. When we speak to other neighbors, they're not aware of that. So there are many neighbors that are being impacted, but may not be speaking up in the correct way. So there are a significant number of people that are being impacted.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I think kind of in closing here, as I said before, you saw the ruling from the moderator at the moment. Fall town meeting still about a month away. But I wanted you to hear that. I wanted you to hear the residents. I would personally suggest that the residents work with the 3 chairs of the West Plymouth as well to keep pushing on, and to hopefully those chairs can also push to get a response. It sounds like there's been a couple emails sent to the town by one of the petitioners that have gone unheard or unresponded to or acknowledged from the select board. So that would be my suggestion to you, is to keep pushing, and obviously you can always come to us at any point. But I thank you for taking the time coming in here. Mr. Cardillo, I forget your name, the flight school, but thank you for coming in this evening. But thank you guys for coming in, and appreciate it. All right, moving on to the next item is Articles 19 through 29, Charter Amendments. This is going to be a presentation by the Charter Review Committee Chair Alan Costello, Vice Chair Steve Bulletin, and I'm sure Len Levin, the clerk, will also have some comments. I think they'll all be kind of tag team and tackling these different articles. The way I kind of spoke with the gentleman before was that, we'll kind of run through these articles, but if chairs have questions, just kind of get my attention, because it's probably the easiest. Then hearing all the articles, and then trying to come up with your questions again. So, Mr. Costello, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to members of the board for hearing us. I know the night's already started to get late, so I'll go very quick. I'm going to be a member of the Committee of Precinct Chairs tonight, but I would like to make a couple introductions. I've been before you with some monthly updates, and any kind of luck, this will be the last time you see me speaking about it. Saturday, October 19th, town meeting will be when these articles all go in front of you as town meeting members. We have 11 articles that we have come up with. We got assembled in June of '23, and for the last 14, 15 months, we've been working on some revisions in the charter. You'll see on Saturday morning, or you'll see when you get your book in the next couple of weeks, Article 19 through 29 are all charter review committee recommendations. I'm going to leave the presentation to Mr. Bolton and Mr. Levin, but I did want to take a quick second and thank the members of the Charter Review Committee. Steve Bolton, our vice chair. Len Levin was our clerk. Betty Cavaco, who's on this committee with us. Tim Lawler, Mike Hanlon, Joe Hutchinson, a member of this committee as well. Larry Pizer, Martha Voltrain. Now, when we started the committee 15 months ago, David Golden, who was a member of this committee, he was our chair and did a great job, sort of set the direction and helped us do the vast majority of the work. But he went on to bigger and better things, as we all know. And Mr. Robert Zuccaroli, who was a member of the Advisory and Finance. He was our early clerk, and due to some issues, family issues, he had to drop off, but he was a terrific help. The whole thing could not have been done without the town support. Our administrative assistant, Michelle Turner, was a huge help and continues to be a huge help as we get down to the wire here. So with that, I'm going to leave it to Mr. Bolton. We were in front of the Advisory and Finance Committee last Thursday evening. We presented all of the articles. We don't want to repeat that tonight, but it took nearly 4 hours. But we'll be here tonight. If you have questions, we'll certainly address them. But our thought is tonight to sort of go through each one of these articles, and feel free to ask any questions along the way. Some of them are relatively quick. There's grammatical changes which don't take a lot of time due to, they're not very controversial. But there are some things in there that I think warrant talking about. So as we go, feel free to ask questions. If that's the pleasure of the chairman, or would you like us to go through them one at a time? What's your thoughts?
No, I mean, I think what I'd first like you to explain, though, I think the biggest one that's most important is Article 19, which is the format. I think if you could have an explanation to this committee so that we can pass it along to our members so that they can understand how they're going to be looking at this and going through this. Mr. Weber, before we proceed.
Just before we get started, I just want to ask Alan, you said this is the last time we'll be seeing you before town meeting. Are you not presenting tomorrow night at the Select Board?
No, I apologize. Maybe I misspoke. I have 2 or 3 more presentations to do, but this body can finally enjoy a meeting without me coming to the podium.
No, I just want to say that one of the benefits to the changes that have been made recently through the COPC committee is that we get to see, now this is either a pro or a con, but we get to see multiple presentations of every article well in advance of our actual town meeting. So I've already seen this presentation 3 times, once at Precinct 3 Caucus, once at Advisory and Finance Committee. I'll now hear another one, and there'll be another one tomorrow in case I missed something. But share that with your delegates.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and there'll be a presentation for him online where you'll be able to watch it on YouTube 24/7. So if you have trouble sleeping, Mr. Weber.
This will do it. I'll tell you right now, this will take care of that.
All right.
But
I
just
think
before I
that,
pass it on, I want to let this committee know we were very well represented. There was 4 members from this committee that was on the charter review. So I think we had some influence, and positive influence at that, I think you'll find. So with that, I'll leave it to Mr. Bolton. He's really our resident expert on 19, so he'll be able to explain it perfectly. Thank you.
yeah, I think 19 is the one that I definitely want to make sure everyone understands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Steve Bolton, appearing tonight in my capacity as Vice Chair of the Charter Review Committee. Now I'm almost tempted to just cede everything to Mr. Weber and let him do the presentation. Let me start with a very quick overview because it goes right into Article 19. There is a misconception in some quarters of the town as to the purpose of the town charter. The charter is supposed to function like our Constitution. It defines functions and responsibilities, but it doesn't determine how those functions are to be carried out. That information is supposed to be contained in the town bylaws and regulations. That way they can be more easily changed to address changed circumstances. In fact, Massachusetts general laws provide specifically that a lot of the areas in our charter are supposed to be identified as being in our bylaws. Very specifically says that with respect to certain aspects, the bylaws shall determine how something has been done. But Plymouth has gotten away from that. We have created a charter that functions almost as a detailed how-to in town government. As a result, we've been making additions over time which result in our town charter being in conflict with state law in some instances, our bylaws in other instances, and itself in many instances. So the Charter Review Committee sought to address this disconnect by making the recommendations to the charter that we're proposing, which again was intended to assign responsibility to the bodies and individuals who are supposed to carry those things out, rather than define how those bodies are supposed to accomplish those functions. At the same time, following directives we received from town officials and the residents, we prepared recommendations which are intended to promote a charter which is easier for everyone to understand, provides for more transparency, and allows for more flexibility so the town government can be more efficient and more effective. So that leads me to Article 19, the clarity part. Article 19 is a renumbering only. When I say a renumbering, it literally means that Article 19 proposes to reorder our current charter, making no substantive or even grammatical changes. It literally is nothing more than saying, okay, we have a bunch of provisions in various chapters that don't seem to go together. As an example that I've given multiple times, if you want information regarding the town manager, it's contained in 4 separate chapters of our charter. There's no headings for most of it. So as a resident, as an individual, as someone who's not experienced in reviewing these types of documents, you would be hard-pressed to be able to truly find all of the things relating to the town manager unless you read the entire document. I've read this entire document well over 200 times. I've counted. Over 200. I see it in my sleep sometimes, which is a scary thing. And I can tell you, every time I review our existing charter, I still find new things that I didn't quite get the nuance of. So as a group, we got together, we did a subcommittee first, consisting of myself, Mr. Levin, Mr. Costello, and Mr. Pizer. And we got together and we said, how do we reorder this so that it would make sense to the average person looking at it? We then brought that back to the committee. We had some incredibly good comments. Ms. Vautrain was responsible for making several good comments that we then addressed in order to make this as clear as possible. So the goal of the reordering of Article 19 is to reorder our charter so that things go together, so that as town meeting considers what would be this document with its various blue highlighting for new language, black for existing language, and red strikeout for language that we're suggesting be removed, they're able to follow it, including, for example, one provision relating to the COPC, which one right next to another shows that we have conflicting dates by which the COPC is supposed to reorganize every year. So it again shows people as they're going through why we're making these changes, and so that they're talking about the same subject the entire time. So that's Article 19. It is designed to create a more organized document. It places bodies together, like bodies together, so we have townwide elected officials and bodies. We have the entire legislative branch placed together. We have town administration placed together. We have those committees that are created by state statute together, and those committees created by the town charter placed together. So that way, the average person picking up this document and said, gee, I want to know what committees the town is creating, can find them. Or they say, I understand we have a conservation commission. How does that end up getting created? Well, they'll notice that it's in the statutorily created bodies section. They'll know, okay, that means it's created by statute, not by town. In organization, it provides more information in and of itself. We think that it's a very, very good result. We think it really helps clarify things. It just makes the document a lot easier to follow, a lot easier for the average person to organize. And now, obviously, open to any questions people have regarding that.
So that's Article 19. You have a question, Mr. LaFerre?
I don't have a question, but I just want to applaud you and the committee and thank you for organizing that and putting that in order. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? I don't see any online for Article 19. Article 20, Mr. Weber has clearly heard it a few times and gone through it. A majority of this is, if you've looked at the charter already, a majority of this is kind of some grammatical cleanup and, adding a definition for town meeting within there. And then also that, actually, I'm jumping ahead to a different chapter, but it's mostly order-driven and grammatical, so unless there's any questions on that, I think that we just move on to the next article. The next article would be Article 21. This is townwide elected boards and office holders. Yep.
None.
20 is mostly the grammatical errors and the addition of a definition of town meeting. And then, yeah, there's definitions and then
Specifically, there are two definitions.
Yeah.
There's a definition of town meeting,
Right.
the event, as opposed to town meeting members, the people. And then we did an expansion on the word precinct, which was actually a recommendation that came from a code consultant who said you should make sure that when you say you're dividing the town, precincts divide the town, it's for the purpose of voting.
Yeah.
Other
And
than-
that's like, I think it's in here, under Section 6 definitions, that's under precinct, under letter I. But unless anyone has any questions on this, my reading of it is it's mostly definition cleanup. Okay. So then Article 21 would be Chapter 2, townwide elected boards and office holders. There are quite a few changes through here and deletions. So Mr. Bolton, if you want to touch on those, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to this is, again, as the chair said, townwide elected bodies and offices. We lump them all together, so again, people can find, if they're looking to find out how does someone become one of these people, they know they are townwide elected. We have made no substantive changes with respect to the select board. There was simply a deletion relating to vacancies, reference to general law. That was one thing that we did. We took out references to general law where they appear, because what ends up happening is we cite to a statute, and on several occasions we noticed the statute is no longer the statute that we meant to cite to. The state has changed the law. We have several instances where that occurred. We had an instance in which we make reference to a position in the state government, which is no longer the person responsible for that particular aspect. So again, to avoid this potential future conflict, we created a document that doesn't need to be changed every time the state makes a change. Because as we all know, it takes quite a long time to get a charter change. It's a lot quicker to take a bylaw change, and certainly much quicker to take a regulation change. So that's why the state general laws actually refer to town bylaws as the means to properly handle some of these things. So that was the only change we made really with respect to the select board. We did make some changes, I say recommended changes. I say we make changes. We, of course, only make recommendations. We are recommending some changes to the planning board. Nothing major in terms of substance as far as the planning board members themselves. That is addressed by statute. We did make some requested alterations with respect to the associate member. They are also referred to as alternates in some places. We are trying to make that consistent because state statute refers to an associate member of a board. So again, to be consistent. We simply wanted the associate member to have a bigger role in the event that a full member is not present, only with respect to those same types of items that we otherwise appoint people to do. So in dealing with applications to the planning board, many of which are advisory in nature, we wanted to say, okay, in the event a full member is not there, the associate member can also give a vote on an advisory matter. The biggest change we made with respect to the planning board has to do with the master plan. When I appeared before this body and many other bodies to talk about updating our master plan, a regular question was asked: how are we going to enforce that? Well, I am finally able to stand before you and say, here is the answer. The proposal is that every town-wide body with a decision-making authority, when hearing a proposal, the proponent must provide a written certification stating that their proposal complies with the master plan and citing to that portion of the master plan which supports their contention. Is it a guarantee of anything? Unfortunately not. The master plan is not a code book that we can say yes, no, black and white. But what it does mean is that the issue of compliance with the master plan will be before every board and committee making a determination in this town. I have repeatedly said it is my dream, my goal, to have everybody in this town, and I say body meaning every entity in this town, function with a copy of the master plan sitting beside them. So as they consider things and someone says, well, I'd like to do this, they're thumbing through the master plan going, I want to make sure that that complies with what the residents have said. This is one of the ways that we sort of enforce that. That's the major substantive change we made with respect to that. The other major substantive change that we are recommending here has to do with the school committee. The school committee's role is defined by statute. There are 3 things that the school committee is charged with, and it has to do with the appointment of the superintendent, it has to do with the creation of curriculum, and another item as far as personnel. Our charter contains a 4th item, which is it determines that the school committee shall be responsible for the maintenance of facilities. That is not statutorily required. Now, that doesn't mean the town can't do it, but we're recommending that we remove that provision from our charter as being mandatory, as it may potentially interfere in the future with efforts to create shared services. And I want to stress, and I'm going to be stressing it with other points as well, it doesn't mean that the instant that that is adopted, if it is adopted, that the school committee is no longer responsible. It just means that the discussion continues as to how to move forward with respect to school facility maintenance. So it is merely providing the possibility for greater flexibility in the future as to how we go about doing that. And that's what we did. Again, we considered it to be our charge to create greater flexibility in town government for the benefit of the residents. So that's why we did that. The last position, again, is the town moderator, and in this article, we had no substantive changes with respect to the moderator's duties, et cetera. With that, obviously, again, Mr. Chair, thank you, and any questions?
So I'll open the floor and online here for discussing Article 21. I know I have a couple of questions. We'll see if they get heard. I have Mrs. Alman, Mr. Begley, Mr. Weber, in that order for right now.
Thank you. Did you discuss the provision where you're taking out maintenance of facilities with the school committee?
The school committee did come in to speak, but no, we did not discuss the specifics of that with the school committee. We will be appearing before the school committee to discuss that as well. But again, we considered our charge to be representative of the entire town's interests. Obviously, ultimately, it is up to the town meeting body to make its final determination as to whether they consider this to be a good idea or not. But we're making that recommendation with the understanding that we were trying to be more flexible in terms of how town government functions.
Mr. Begley.
To that point, then are there any recommendations through this committee or for like how this gets laid out in like a bylaw? So how are we, if we're taking something that might have been defining a power here that doesn't fit statutorily, but it's still remaining like a power of a body, are we then recommending that there's a accompanying bylaw where it should be more appropriate to appear than the charter?
With respect to this particular instance, no, it's not a bylaw issue, it's actually a town management issue. The town has the authority to decide how it functions in terms of its operations. It's an operational issue, not a legal issue. That said, there are certainly other instances where we have talked about things being moved to a bylaw, and as I'll get to later, discussions regarding informational handbook, as we call it a handbook, where it'll probably be an online tool, but an informational document provided to the town residents describing in some of the detail things that were taken out of here as being a little bit more fixed oriented in terms of function rather than the general responsibilities that we were talking about.
Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said earlier, Precinct 3 has already heard this presentation from a different member of the Charter Review Committee, and at that meeting, I specifically asked about this section on the school committee. And when I saw that the red line has taken effect over to have general charge and superintendents of all school buildings and grounds and furnish all school buildings with proper fixtures, furniture, and equipment. I asked because I'm a glass half empty type of guy, and you got to show me something that I'm wrong. I asked, would I be wrong in anticipating that this is a strong arm tactic to force consolidation upon the two entities? And I was told that I would not be wrong in making that assumption. So I personally resent the fact that we are trying to accomplish something through a charter change that hasn't been openly debated as to the merits of the issue. And if there are people on the Charter Review Committee that feel that the huge entity of the Plymouth school system can transfer their powers to the entity of town governments, you are sadly mistaken. So, and that's just from boots on the ground experience. So that's where I'm coming from on this, and that's just one of the areas. I have plenty of comments to make on all articles. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. That was actually my concern too, is that we're now going to a procurement office that's going to be looking at fixtures, furniture, and equipment for a school building, and it's just adding more. I felt like it's adding more of a problem than the people that know best. That being said, it's also I'm going to probably get you annoyed because you have presented this in a very easy way to read the last time we did any charter cleanup. So right now, this could be a very big sticking point, and you have it as we'd be voting on the entire section, the way I read this, or the way it's being presented to me, on, Article 21 covers all of this. Well, if I feel strongly on this, that ruins all the other work that you did in Article 21. So that's why previously, when we've seen charter reviews, I think town meeting enjoyed the privilege of being able to go, and unfortunately it was a long and arduous process, but you were able to go through the line. So I do want to caution you that while this is how it's going to be, you could have one sticking point and lose all of your work.
If I may, Mr. Chair, to address both of your concerns. First, with respect to the latter. Obviously, anyone is free to move to separate out, and we expect that to be the case. We simply didn't want to be in the position of lumping together things and then separating out certain things. We didn't want to be making the assumptions as to what town meeting considered to be significant. That's up to town meeting. We recognize there are going to be certain provisions, et cetera. We tried to do this in the most organized way so that as motions to separate out are created, they can be done in an organized fashion. And I believe that that's what will happen. I'm certain that that will be explained repeatedly throughout the process to make sure, because there will be a few things that people do want to separate out and discuss, and I think they should be. With respect to Mr. Weber's comment, I don't know who it was who appeared before you, because it wasn't that the Charter Review Committee that was invited to come speak to you. So I don't know who came to speak to you, quote unquote, speaking on behalf of the committee. But that statement that was made, if that's what was made, that this is a strong arm tactic, is, I'm trying to find a word that seems appropriate. Abhorrent seems a little harsh, but pretty close. Under no circumstances did the Charter Review Committee, which was a very diverse body working together, in any way, shape, or form intend to either make policy, force policy, or demand any type of change to town government. The goal was very clear, that there had been a discussion about the potential for consolidation of town services in the future, that if this provision remains, this could be a stumbling block. It could literally prevent that from occurring, because our charter would say, no, you can't. So we said, well, if that's something the town wishes to consider, then our recommendation is to remove this. It does not mean, under any circumstances, that we'd be strong-arming anybody to take over any responsibility. That is way beyond the scope of the Charter Review Committee. It was never a consideration. And I will speak, on behalf of every Charter Review Committee member on that. We discussed this with a very specific provision, intent in mind, that being to create greater flexibility if, and only if, the town and the school committee wish to work together to do something like that.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
Weber, a follow-up.
Thank you. Just so there's no confusion here, the strong arm tactic was my words, and my words only. And I said, would I be wrong in anticipating that this may be a strong arm tactic? And I was told I would not be wrong. So,
Well,
again.
I will say on behalf of the committee, you would be wrong.
Okay, well, I could tell you that the town of Plymouth has spent at least a decade, maybe more, discussing this very subject. But it's never been so highlighted in the charter as it is now. So I believe you are trying to create something legislatively that you couldn't do by having committees work together. So for that reason, I'm voting no on this article. Thank you.
Mr. Leary and then Mr. Begley.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, because when I was reading it, and to something you said, I just think back to how much, when the school gets a hold of things, so I'll give you an example. When we passed the Rotaries town meeting, we had to go to the school department and ask for the easement, because it seems like once we give things over to the school, including capital improvements, they don't use the money. For some reason, it never gets back this way. It's like they have control of it over there. So, I don't know. I mean, there's got to be, because we had to go to as far as the Rotary, they had to get an easement off the school department. I remember them saying at town meeting, that's if we get the easement. So, again, I don't know. I'm just wondering if this would hold water.
Well, and again, I don't know what you mean by withhold water. Again, this was something that is in our charter that is not in state law. Other towns do not have this requirement because it follows state law.
Right.
One of the things that was requested of us repeatedly by Mr. Pizer on the committee was that we eliminate anything that was contradictory to state law. We did not necessarily do that. We went through every line of the charter, many of the lines multiple times. So it's not as if we simply made any blanket statements. But what we did say was that whenever reasonably possible, we would recommend things that would create greater flexibility on the part of the town to do things in a different fashion if that was what the town wanted to do. Now, again, I am not making a recommendation one way or another in terms of whether there should be a shared services, whether shared services should be at the town's direction or at the school committee's direction. That's not what this is about. This is simply about creating a document that gives the flexibility to the town and the school committee to discuss this on the same playing field. That's all. We were told that, again, this was a discussion that was taking place. As Mr. Weber had said, it's been taking place for a long period of time, and that's certainly fine. Nothing about this will change. But what we thought was, in the event that the school committee and the town wanted to reach some sort of an agreement, this provision could literally prevent that from happening. Someone could literally turn around and say, I'm sorry, I know you think this is a good idea, but our charter says no. We would be preventing the town and the school committee from actually consummating an agreement that they have been supposedly talking about for, as Mr. Weber said, a decade. That's really not what we want to have happen. What we want to have happen is we want to have the flexibility for the town to be able to do what it is that the bodies feel is appropriate. Most notably, it would be coming to town meeting as the body deciding the budgets as to where the money would go, who should best be handling that. So again, I appreciate Mr. Weber's position, and I understand that people disagree with whether or not one thing should or shouldn't happen. This does not change how the town functions in any way, shape, or form. The day after this is passed, it will not change who goes to work and who fashions anything, who maintains the schools and who maintains the lawn in front of Town Hall. It will simply give the town and the school committee the opportunity to continue to discuss what they've been discussing without a charter inhibitor in place.
Okay, Mr. Begley, Mrs. Adelman, and then Mr. Delafield.
Thank you. Yeah, I do think, what Mr. Weber suggested there, right, is that history lesson a bit on this topic. Like, this has been a long topic in this town. And so I think, as you can see, it's getting quite a lot of attention just in the quick discussion here. And so I think that, it's also too bad, as you mentioned, that you hadn't talked to the school committee about this yet, and it's already on the warrant. I think that it would be interesting to hear their perspective on this point, not necessarily from the organizational standpoint. Like, I don't fault that idea about it, behind it or anything, but more just from making sure it's clarified and in public from the operational standpoint. It may not change anything, like you're saying, Mr. Bulletin, but I don't think it'll be read that way by a lot of people who know the history of this topic and how long this has been going on. And this is going to be a big change right away in just the way things are presented. So I think that's going to be something, to Mr. Tavares' point about this being wrapped in this article, the committee and other town meeting members are going to want to be cognizant of when this comes up on the floor, because I could see that being the speed bump. That may not get something that might make a lot of sense organizationally, for the flow of the document. But with that history really wrapped up into this topic, it's going to be a lot harder, even though it seems like it's an easy idea. My actual question, though, is I think you mentioned there's the 3 statutory responsibilities for the school committee. And I'm sorry if you said those already. I didn't catch them writing my notes, but I was wondering if you had those, what those actually were.
Absolutely. They are in the charter, in the draft, page 10, they're Article 4-3-2. And again, please remember that as far as numbering goes, all of the numbers in the charter are the numbers as they exist today. We didn't renumber the charter. We wanted people to be able to see what the current information is and be able to put this next to our current charter physically and find like for like. So they're 4-3-2. A is to appoint a superintendent of the schools who shall manage the school system in a fashion consistent with the law and policy determinations of the school committee, and upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the school committee may also establish and appoint positions of assistant or associate superintendents as provided by law. The second is to establish educational goals and policies for the schools in the town consistent with the requirements of law and statewide goals and standards established by the Commonwealth. And the third is to propose and to oversee the administration of an annual operating budget for the school department, subject to appropriation voted on at town meeting. Those are the three statutory required obligations of a school committee.
Quick follow-up, Matt, it's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker.
Those are the three statutory things that are in our charter or in state law?
State law.
Oh, okay, because it sounded like you said you like reading our charter, but you were reading state law?
No, I was reading our charter. Our charter does mimic state law in terms of that.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Yeah.
State law is a little bit more general. So, for example, it doesn't say subject to appropriation voted on at town meeting. It has a far more grandiose statement having to do with the associated bodies who have to make decisions regarding. We simply say town meeting because we are a town form of government, and town meeting is the one who makes those determinations. So we have modified those to apply to the town. But those are the three provisions provided for in state law defining the responsibilities of a school committee.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Adelman and then Mr. Delafield.
I didn't understand Michael Leary's statement about the Rotary. Could I ask him to explain that?
Mr. Leary.
Yeah, well, my point was that the school has its own jurisdiction separately. I guess that's how I'd say it. When we, as town meeting, we had passed the Rotaries, the state was funding them. And when we did that, I do remember when we passed that, the statement was made that's if we get the easement from the school committee. Well, not the school committee, from the, well, I guess it might have been the school committee. And I do know that there's been discussions about when they do capital improvements, if you were in a town, if somebody in the, let's say the park department, DPW, they don't do that particular thing, money has to come back. It doesn't seem to get back there from the school system. They get to keep it over there. It just was a statement, as I didn't know if that would actually hold water, because it seems to me, I don't know if there's a state law or something on when it gets turned over to the school, but it just seems to never get back.
I would like further documentation on that, because in my experience, I have not known something where the school department did not appropriate the funds the way they were supposed to be appropriated. And
I'm not saying misappropriated, they never used, some of the things haven't been used and it doesn't get returned.
well, I am going to follow up on that. But when you said Rotary, do you mean the traffic Rotary?
Yeah, the roundabout
Okay.
on Obery Street.
I thought you were talking about the Rotary Club. Thank you.
We'll see if we can get some money from them too. Mr. Delafield and then Mr. Brewster.
Mine's really a question in the difference between a commission and a committee is no substantive changes. This is bordering on a substantive change, and I think that's I wonder how you get around that, because that is the difference because of the way it's approved. There are two different types of committees. One is so how do you explain that, and why is this not substantive?
Well, first, I don't think that the definition of the difference between a charter review commission and a committee is that there can be no substantive changes. There are very specific parameters that a commission can go ahead and recommend that a committee cannot. For example, a committee may not recommend changes in the form of government. A committee may not eliminate an elected position. A committee may not recommend changing elected to appointed or appointed to elected. There are certain other things, but nothing that we're doing or recommending be done here is something that a committee is not allowed to do, because all we are recommending in this particular instance is that the town follow existing state law. There's nothing wrong with that recommendation. And again, I want to be clear, because people seem to have this belief as we talk about this, that the committee is recommending policy changes as to how the town functions, and we are not. This was done in an effort to create an institutional document that allows the town to function in a certain fashion. How the town chooses to function is how the town chooses to function. It is not something that we are saying, oh, no, we want to change the way the town functions. We want to change whether or not the school committee does or doesn't manage its facilities. We want to change how various committees meet or operate. We're not making any recommendations with respect to that. All we are saying is that as an institutional document, we are trying to create an opportunity for the town in the future to be more flexible when it chooses to be flexible. One of the things that we talked about was the fact that this is a charter that will be around for however many years. This particular document, if we go through this, as we've gone through this exercise, is likely to be with us at least for the next 5, as we wait for the next charter review committee, and then a couple of years after that, as we wait for approvals for anything that town meeting votes on for that charter review committee. So we're not thinking about how things function today. We're thinking how they function 2 years from now, 5 years from now, potentially 10 years from now, so that the town can address changes as we have seen changes come about. So again, this is not a recommendation by the committee to change things. This is merely a recommendation by the committee to allow the town greater flexibility to do what it feels it needs to do to represent its citizenry. Obviously, town meeting is more, it is town meeting's province to decide whether or not it believes that greater flexibility is something that it wants to give to, amongst others, itself, as the voting body which will be addressing all of the budgets. That's up to town meeting. We merely are trying to create an institutional document that works a little bit differently than it has, with a little bit less rigidity.
Mr. Brewster?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback a little bit on Mr. Leary's comment. One of the things, first, this is a document that you've created with public input. And one of the public inputs that I always hear from town meeting members and members of the community is, we have no say-so in the school budget by state mandate. We have no say-so in what the school does. I think Mr. Leary was touching on that a little bit, that, you know, that there's a lot of stuff that we have no control over. And what I see this change is from a shall to a may. And what that gives the town is the flexibility to say, okay, we have had this discussion, as Mr. Weber has said, for decades. And it's been a slow moving because of the things we don't have control over. This would just simply be a more flexible bylaw, or not bylaw, but article, thank you. It'd just be a more flexible article for future debate. You know, if it's completely off the table, then it's completely off the table. If we have a may instead of a shall, it's still on the table. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Cavaco, I see you have a hand up there. The floor is yours.
I do, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. To kind of reiterate for what Mr. Bulletin was saying, as a committee, and I was on the charter committee, and I think everybody in this room knows how I feel about consolidation, but it was really a language piece to if we decide to ever do a consolidation or anything that both the school and town decide to do together, that we wouldn't have an avenue to do that if this language stayed there. So, I'm a big proponent of consolidation. I feel like our government is working as two separate entities where we should be as one, but that had nothing to do with the language that was proposed, that's proposed in the charter. And Mrs. Edelman, just to give you an example of what Mr. Leary had touched on, is that if you track back to some of the CIC meetings, that we rank different spendings. There was a CIC meeting that I was in that I'll never forget it, that we ranked for a van for the school. And they did not end up, they did receive the money. They did not end up spending the money on it. So I'm thinking that that was kind of what Mr. Leary was saying. I'm not saying that they spent it inappropriately. They probably spent it on something that was, higher priority at the time. But sometimes there are things like that that just happen, that because we have the town itself has no control over it except for budget. I think people think that we don't know where everything is going. So, but as far as that language, that's just an avenue for us to be able to do something, but still wouldn't get done unless the town and school agreed on it. And the town has gone forward for at least 6 years that I'm aware of, and we've never gotten anywhere, as a place to go together to move forward.
Thank you, Mrs. Cavaco. Mr. Delafield.
Yeah, I want to make clear, because I'm not sure it is clear. I'm not sure that I'm not totally in favor of what this change would be. What I am saying is, right now, we don't have that right. That right is not in there. This is a basic change that gives a right and a direction which otherwise is not given under the present charter. And that's all I was saying, was that's changing the whole concept in saying that it can be changed when it right now can't be.
I certainly think that you're correct in your analysis. It is definitely saying that there's something right now that is potentially preventing this, and that is removed. So that particular provision would no longer serve as a bar to this type of further discussion. You're absolutely correct. Obviously, council has vetted this. This is not something that we haven't, so council has gone through this, and a separate code consultant has reviewed it as well to compare to other things, including state law. So we do know that we are comfortable in that sense that everything has been followed properly.
Mrs. Adelman.
I know it's off topic, but other COPC members brought it up. I don't think it's fair to be making accusations that the school committee is not spending money that was appropriated for a van on a van. I just think those things should be verified before we even hear about it. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Mrs. Cavaco, because you made the statement, I'm going to allow you to respond, but then I want to move on, because that's not really the scope of, between Mrs. Adelman and actually a couple of members of the COPC have said, I feel like we're starting to get into debate over budget that isn't before us. But go ahead, Mrs. Cavaco.
That's, and Mrs. Edelman, it's not an accusation. It was actually part of CIC, and we are not saying that what they did was wrong. We're just saying that, I'm just saying that it happened. And if you want to follow up and go back to the CIC meeting, which was maybe 3 years ago, you can see that that is information. And it was the information was put forward by the previous facilities manager, and it's a fact. It's not an accusation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, are you, sorry, Mrs. Kavako. I think I stepped on you again there.
Oh, that's
Sorry
all
about
right.
that. All right. Are there any more questions, Mr. Weber, regarding Article 21, please?
My final thought on this is I don't want to leave the committee with the thought process that the town of Plymouth has been discussing this issue for 10 years without finding. I do want to remind the committee, and I've been around a while, so I've seen a couple of these committees look at this subject, and I've seen feasibility committees be formed by members of the select board and members of the school committee, and they've met, they've kibitzed, and they've made findings based on hired consultants, and the findings were that this would not be feasible, would not save any money, would create more work, and create redundancy to continue discussing this. And that's twice now, twice in probably the last 20 years. And I can remember two of the select board members that were on the committee was Rep. Moratori now, and also Mr. Sergio Hane. They were committee members that formed the feasibility study, and those results are available if anyone needs to see them. This is an exercise in attempting to reinvent the wheel, in my opinion.
Any further comments on Article 21? I forgot what article we were on. Mr. Leary, and then, I mean, if we got this, I can't wait till we get to the next article, which actually deals with representative town meeting.
So I'm going to make this short. My comment was more on whether this was going to pass legal status, because what I was saying was basically, it just seems to me the school has autonomy over there, and let's face it, you know, it's hard to get by. But you did say legal did look at that one specifically, or?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, again, to remind, all we are doing is we are complying with existing state statute. We're not exceeding state statute, but we are by no means going against state statute. So that was all the recommendation is, and again, Mr. Weber is absolutely correct, that if it's not feasible, it's not feasible, and this doesn't force anybody to do anything. The recommendation is simply an institutional one. Town meeting can decide to accept it or not. This is not an effort to change anything, merely, as I keep saying, we considered part of our task to create greater flexibility, so we removed those things that were potential barriers that were not required by law. That's all.
Okay. Moving on to Article 22. This is Charter Amendment for Chapter 3, the Legislative Branch and Representative Town Meeting. There were deletions in this, additions to this. So the high level, Levin is now, I looked down and Steve changed. So Mr. Levin, the clerk, please go ahead. If you want to give us the high level overview for Article 22, and then we'll open it up to questions.
He got much cuter. My name is Len Levin. In May, I had the privilege to become the clerk of the committee after the previous clerk resigned. And as Steve said, he's read this charter, and I can tell you I've probably read it more times than him. I can tell you exactly how many times representative town meeting member shows up in this charter. I think it's 67. Why do I know that? Because I edited it. So we're here to talk about Article 22, which is the legislative branch. It's Chapter 3 on page 11. And basically what we did with this part of it is we basically sorry, I need to get to the right page, my fault. We again took out sections where there was redundancy. As Steve said, we found places where things were in the charter multiple times in different places. if you look on page 12 of the charter, you'll see that there's a section called 253, and that was in a part of the existing charter, and we basically replaced that with some new language under, to basically make it consistent. That's mainly what we were doing here with this part of it. And the rest of the legislative stuff has to do with the actual town meeting and who has what responsibilities while the town meeting is being conducted. So if you look on page 13, again, that was just trying to make the document consistent and talk about the different things that had to happen as part of town meeting. Like, for example, on page 13, talking about keeping a detailed journal. A lot of this is, you know, basically times have changed. You know, we have recordings, we have electronic voting and things like that. So it's a matter of just making this part of the charter and the management of town meeting being more up to date with the modern systems we use to run the meeting. The next part of this charter, we talked about let me say that right, vacancies of representative town meeting members. That's on page 13. And we talked about, you know, publishing information and what the kind of information we have to do that. And one of the things we talked about there is we wanted to make sure we didn't violate any statute about the kind of information we published. If you go on to page 14, under powers, again, we basically took out part that was basically, you know, again, redundant. It was said in many places. We were just, again, trying to get rid of that kind of multiple language so that they weren't in conflict with each other. And I think the rest of it there is pretty self-explanatory. On that page, on page 14, there, you know, I think it's pretty obvious what we're doing there. I just noticed something. Hang on a second. Like Steve said, we've been looking at this so many times, we keep seeing things. I just noticed something that wasn't the right color. Well, that's important. It helps people understand it. If we go to section town meeting procedures, it talks about how often the town meeting should be held. And it talks about how many registered, what you have to do to call a special town meeting. And in those cases, we just basically made it, we didn't make any changes to it, we just basically made it more clearly to understand what the requirements were. On page 15, we talked about how the voting would take place. And if you look in the middle there, section 246, if you were to read through that, and I'm not going to, because I think it's, you know, it's pretty obvious, it basically just talks about the voting process. And it just says a roll call needs to be, or electronic vote be required for all motions. If you read through that, it gets into a lot of words about, you know, how it's done. We don't think the charter is a place where we tell people, the moderator, you know, how to run the meeting. And then the last part of is the conflict of interest. I think that's the most important part. Again, there were two sections that talked about conflict of interest, and we struck one of them. And basically just updated the other one to make the differentiating between town meeting and town meeting member. And then we talked about caucuses. And it just talked about the forming of the caucuses, how quickly they had to be formed after each election, and how many meetings they should have. and that's simply it. I mean, I just think it's pretty straightforward. I don't think we've changed anything. There's nothing procedurally, we haven't changed anything about how town meeting, or the legislative branch and town meeting should be constituted. We've just basically cleaned up some of the language about the details of town meeting and the legislative branch. So with that, I have some questions.
Okay. Yeah, I'd actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Weber, I'm going to throw a question in there first. I saw your hand come up out of the corner of my eye. I was just hoping you could explain to me a little bit. I know you said that there aren't substantive changes, but that Section 2-10-1 is a substantive change, because that first section that you're eliminating there is involving conflict of interest with a town meeting member who holds a position of employment by the town. So I just wanted to kind of hear how you guys, or you folks, excuse me, came about the conclusion that that should be removed completely. I'm not saying I agree with it or disagree with it. I'm just saying on face value, that's almost the literal definition of conflict of interest.
Well, it's covered in 210.2 and 210.3.
So was it just, so it was redundant?
We think it's redundant.
So, okay, so then the present, so I did not fully read that, so I apologize.
That's
But
fine.
on the, when I was reading the synopsis piece earlier this afternoon, it says to remove the restriction on representative town meeting members who are town employees from voting budgets. So under this, I thought that you were removing that, and I should have probably done my homework a little better onto the next section, if that's the case. But when you have a synopsis document, it makes it seem like you're removing it all completely. And my fault for not reading it all, but I guarantee you, if I made that mistake, there's at least two other people that are probably
Yeah.
going to do the same thing.
I mean, what we did here is, when we reorganized the document, and if you saw the original reorganized document, it was missing all of this, all the deleted text. And we were trying to figure out a way for people to be able to look at the existing charter and look at the document we proposed. I mean, if you take out all the red text, this is going to be about a 14-page document. It's going to get cut in half. And as we went through that process, and we met with counsel, she gave us the idea that we should go and put all that deleted text back into the document, which is what we did. It was a painful process, but we got it done. And I think Steve and I realized, I think we've caught everything. I just saw one thing. And then it was Steve's idea to leave the numbering of that deleted text to match the numbering from the current charter. And the reason for doing it that way is, like you guys were saying with that school committee paragraph, if they decide not to pass that article, then all we have to do is change that text to black. We don't have to do, and then the final article will be the renumbering of it. If we hadn't done that, we would have been having to jam this text in it. So I think in that regard, it's a little bit confusing, and I can understand that. I had proposed that we have this kind of in-between document, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I think it would even confuse me, even if I was the drafter of it. So this is the compromise we came up with. So I think that that's very important. So we do have to explain it. We do have to work hard to educate people about what the intent of the various things we've done with this charter. That's the key point to the success of it.
Mr. Weber, and then Mr. McKay.
Thank you, Dale Weber, Precinct 3. I just want to draw the committee's attention to what I consider to be not a typo, but in today's world, a word that doesn't belong. And
Okay.
that's in 2-5-3.
Can you tell me what page?
That's page 13 of 38.
Okay.
2-5-3. You touched on it during your initial presentation. You touched on the blue font. okay, where it says changes his voter registration. You should probably change that word his to their. I've been corrected on this many times because I'm still living probably in the same world you
You
old
said on
timers
page
are living in.
13, what section? Oh,
Page 12 of 38.
253?
253, the second word in the blue,
Oh, thank you.
okay? Just a minor typo. Not a typo, but a
Right.
politically correct, cultural change, I like it.
Actually, it is a typo because we did change those to his/her throughout. And we did propose the word there, and we had a committee member who vehemently opposed that on grammatical grounds, stating that his elementary grammar teacher would beat him senselessly if he ever voted for
Yeah,
that.
but that was probably 40 years ago.
I tend to agree.
The world has changed. So, anyway, and the final thing that I had is just a nitpicking type of thing, but that's on page 13 of 38. And that is 2-2-6, where you're striking out the fact that members, town meeting members shall occupy seats assigned to them by the town clerk. It's been my experience through the years that that was a section of language that basically made it easier for the moderator to look without squinting out over the vast audience up into the balcony where some members used to congregate up there, and it would always be difficult for the moderator to see that. And number two, I see it delaying town meeting as we wait for people to be identified up in the balcony or in the rear sections of the room to make their way to the microphones. So I know that I'm not asking you to change that, I just say that's something that bugged me when I saw that. And
So you're suggesting we not delete that?
that would be my suggestion,
Okay,
but that's
that's
just
fine.
a suggestion. It might be too late to do that.
I know.
I'm just suggesting for ease of
I know. I'm
jurisdiction,
just talking to
logistics,
him. We're not.
things like that.
You understand that, I mean, that's just, we will present this to town meeting as is, because this is the charter, and then it'll be part of the town meeting process. That's why the way we structured us gives us the ability to do that.
All right. So you would entertain an amendment to change it at town meeting?
Okay, Steve wants to say something, excuse me.
I just wanted to address that because there was a substantive reason that we made that change. So, as you all know, following COVID, there was a homeroom petition to allow us to conduct a virtual town meeting.
Correct.
And our statute that says as a virtual town meeting says that we may go ahead and conduct this, and town meeting members may attend virtually. This provision in our charter, however, says that town meeting members shall be present in the seats to which they are assigned. It is in conflict with our home rule petition and actually would overrule our home rule petition, potentially making people who are attending virtually in violation of our own articles.
Great point, thank you.
That was the reason that was substantively changed.
Great point. I also want to compliment the committee on something you did at the bottom of page 17 of 38 under 2-11-4, making it mandatory for each precinct shall hold at least 2 additional meetings. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Mr. McKay.
Well, I just want to tell you about my problem in Cedarville. I have trouble getting the mandatory current caucuses done. Adding 2 more is going to be a tremendous problem for me. I don't know if other people have that problem. I know where it all began, they have monthly meetings, but I have trouble getting caucuses for the 3 meetings I'm supposed to have now. What is the intent of 2 more meetings? I mean, the current meetings that are listed, one is to reorganize after the vote, and I understand that, and then the other 2 meetings are before the town meetings, and I understand those. What are the additional 2 for? What is the purpose?
Go ahead, Steve's going to answer that. I'm sorry, I'm not, he may know more about that.
One of the things that we heard from a number of residents who came to the committee and who submitted comments was that, given the town meeting form of government, they wanted to have a more direct interaction with their immediate representatives, the people who they elect to represent their particular interests. We were told by several that, for example, they wanted to have meetings, but their precincts wouldn't do it. So I appreciate your issue, Mr. McKay, but at the same time, the specific purpose of those 2 additional meetings was to ensure that if the residents wished to speak to their town meeting representatives, they had an opportunity to do so. Because town meeting representatives are truly members of the public who are not on duty all the time. They are not available all the time. They're not going to be necessarily taking calls all the time about the pothole in the road or the street light that's out or something that's even more pressing to them. But we wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity for the residents to go ahead, if they wish to attend these meetings, and do so. At the same time, it also gave town meeting the type of cover that town meeting needs. When somebody says, well, I'm not getting the response that I want, the answer is, well, we scheduled these meetings, we've advertised these meetings, did you come? When you don't come to a meeting that has been scheduled, you don't have the right to turn around and then tell your representatives they're not listening to you. So it was a back and forth that went with that. I can't answer to the question as to how you get a quorum of your town meeting members a mere 5 times a year. But given that now people can attend virtually, that you can be there by phone if necessary, it strikes me that this is important enough. If you choose to be a town meeting member, this is important enough that you attend five caucuses, one of which has to do nothing more than a mere reorganization, 4 substantive meetings a year, plus attending town meeting. I don't think that's too big an ask. I think Mr. Weber stated that, again, it's a good thing to require this. This is our government. You are the people who are making these very important decisions at town meeting, and your fellow precinct members are making these decisions. And they're supposed to be making them based upon the will of the residents. If they don't know the will of the residents, then our system is not really functioning very well. So the goal was to try and, again, provide the residents with an opportunity to speak to their town meeting members and have town meeting members at the same time say, we're available, and if you don't come, don't complain to me that you didn't want to take that opportunity.
Pat, I see you have your hand up over there.
Oh, thank you. I agree with George, and I understand, like, Dale Weber is in a part of town where the communities are very close. They live closely together. We live in the outskirts of town, and it's very difficult for people to get together. And we have meetings when we think we need them. And our phone numbers and emails are published. If residents want to get in touch with us, they can call. And if the need be, we can have another precinct meeting. I try to organize a precinct meeting, and I was discouraged by the chair of the COPC, quite frankly, because the town manager wanted to present answers to the COPC, and our precinct was neglected. We didn't have the town manager and the DPW and the gentleman from Red Brook come because we were discouraged. So it's definitely a conflict. Thank you.
Okay, Len, I don't expect you to respond to that, but I'm more than happy to, since it was directed at me. Yes, you were having trouble getting a meeting, so I facilitated it and had it come before the COPC because it didn't just involve your precinct, it involved a number of precincts in that area. So that's why that meeting happened the way it did. And I'm glad it happened because I think we actually got some answers. The interesting thing was that when it was opened up floor for questions, there was barely any. So that being said, Mr. McKay, if you'd like to go ahead.
Well, I guess what I struggle with getting a quorum for 3 meetings. It's really a struggle. And to have people come and talk to us, I'd like that. Even when I get a quorum, I have 5 people out of 9, so I have a quorum, and I say, yeah, I got a quorum, I can vote. And there's nobody else there. There's just us 5 people. So I guess if I only have the one reorganization meeting, and I only have 1 meeting before the town meetings, am I fired as a precinct chair? Well, what's the impact?
Go ahead, Mr. Bulletin. Fire Mr. McKay.
I do not have the authority nor the desire to fire Mr. McKay. I would merely state that in the event that somebody elected to challenge your failure to do so, they would have a basis for doing that. Again, if nobody wants to have the meeting, nobody wants to have the meeting. You schedule a meeting, nobody wants to have the meeting doesn't happen. I don't think there's anything that anybody would really be able to do about this. This was in response to those residents who came to the committee and said, we're having a hard time getting our caucus to have a meeting. So we said, okay, against much of our better judgment, we're going to say there needs to be an extra couple of meetings. Now, I hope that we can find some more juicy topics to bring people to your caucus meetings. I know the Master Plan Committee would love to talk to you about that and see if we can get some more people there, so there's my plug. But beyond that, I don't think there's any particular issue absent somebody making a complaint.
Yeah, and I think that regarding that and kind of some of these other items, I think they've supplied a pretty good response as to their reasoning as to why they made the changes. And I think we're getting into what would be a good debate topic or what during discussion of this article on town meeting floor before the town meeting members. But at least hopefully you understand at least where they came from and got their suggestion to do this from.
I'm on the same page and trying to get people involved.
George George wears a lot of hats, and one of them is getting more and more people involved in voting, and for sure. Are there any other questions, comments on Article 22, Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, Mr. Levin.
Yes.
You mentioned that when you were talking about powers, Section 3 on page 14, that this was dealt with in many places, the powers of town meeting. Could you say a little bit more about where you found lots of other places?
Well, I wasn't talking about Section 3 in particular. I was talking about, in a general overview of this chapter, we found places there was the redundancy. I do not believe that in the section of powers, because it's pretty compact, that what we did there is, basically, we took out the first two sections, or not 2 paragraphs, I should say, because if you read what was deleted, it's just basically, it's kind of redundant. It's telling you that it should be, exercise all legislative powers of the town. To me, that's a given.
Yeah, that's the way lots of law is written, I think. But the important piece that you deleted was in 2-3-3, which is the listing of what the town meeting does, actually, what what we vote on. And if I were a member of the public, or if I was a new town meeting and I wanted to find out what are the powers of town meeting, I'd want to be able to look here.
Well, I think the reason we eliminated that was because in my mind, it's limiting. It's saying these are the things that you do. If there's something that falls outside of this list of things, and we haven't included it, so that list, you know, that list could have to be changed all the time. Or could it be that if somebody brought something that's not included in that list of town meeting, just like we talked about back with the school committee paragraph, they could say, oh, it's not in the charter, you can't do
Yeah,
it.
so the reason is that it's not an exhaustive list.
That's right.
Yeah. So I went looking, in fact, and, you know, the exhaustive lists excuse is an interesting one. And for me, it doesn't hold water. If you find some significant thing that you want to include in there, in that list, then you know, you can do that. But this is the way that, I mean, my sense of why this got deleted was that it was duplicative and part of Mass General Law. That's how I remembered the conversation going.
I can't speak to that. I don't know is there a Mass General Law that defines what the powers of the town meeting members are? And
There
Steve is
are
shaking
several.
Steve is shaking his, I'm not going to speak to something that I don't know about. I would never do that.
Okay.
Steve is over here on my left shaking his head. So I believe that that's a, you know, it's just, this is trying to say, we're focusing on what is brought to the town meeting at the town meeting. We're not trying to be specific, we're trying to be general here. So I think that's what that does. If I sat here and read that as somebody who's not nearly a student of town meeting as you guys are, I'm a little bit a newer member of the town of Plymouth, that's how I would read that. And I mean, to me, this document is being created in this way for more than just town meeting. It's being created for the residents of the town of Plymouth. And with any document, you can't include everything, and people have to go out and educate themselves and be
Well, but
curious.
the powers of town meeting are pretty important. You'd admit that, I think.
Right, and I think it covers that. It covers that and tells the town, says basically, it's the authority, with or without amendment, all matters that appear on the town warrant, no matter what they are. So if you have that list, you're saying, well, the town warrant has to be made up of these items. And you could be adding to it forever. I hear what you're saying, Joe. I mean, you know, it's just the interpretation in my regard.
Okay. Any further questions on Article 22? Or,
You want to do this one? And then I'll do
all
the
set.
next one.
All right, moving on to Article 23.
You want me to do it? Oh, this is elections. So the next article is on Chapter 4, elections, and that starts on page 18. And the section 512, I remember we had quite an interesting discussion about this, about how the names appear on the ballot, so that one person is not given, you know, it's done by lottery, it's not done alphabetically, it's just done, so it's randomly. And we just talked about how we would notify people that this lottery would take place. And I think what we came up with here is simply the town would be notified of it. I mean, if you talks about putting it in the paper, well, I don't think, is there a paper anymore? I mean, we do now, I can tell you for one, I mean, this is maybe moving away. with the new communications director, I noticed that we're getting some very interesting notices that in addition to the things you can sign up on the town website. So we have made great strides in figuring out multiple ways to notify people of events like this. And then the next part of it, it was on page 19, the whole section about nomination of candidates for election to a representative town meeting. And we took that out because it's defined by state statute. And again, this consistency of if we put stuff in by statute and tomorrow, and we pass this and it gets approved and it goes into effect, and the day after that, that statute changes completely. New number, new context, then now we have a charter that's out of compliance with state statute. And I think that's very important because that keeps the charter focused on the town of Plymouth. So we took that section out, and that was the reason for doing that. And the rest of the, and the next interesting part is in section 5 on page 20, talking about the recall of town-wide elected office holders. And if I remember from last week when we talked this, we talked about how hard it is to remove somebody from office. And we changed some of the timeframes for things and the number of people you have to get to sign a petition to have somebody removed from office, et cetera, et cetera. And so if you look through those sections on page 20 and 21, again, I could go through and read and talk about every specific little area. But it just, again, it's basically, it's just the process. There was a lot of stuff where things were photocopied in forms, et cetera, et cetera. And so it just basically cleared up some of the responsibilities of the town clerk.
Any questions regarding elections, Article 23?
Well, we're not done.
Oh. Giddy up.
We're getting to you guys. Now we're talking about recall of representative town meeting members. You know, you're not, so, again, we didn't change much with that. We just did we changed some timeframes, but basically that stays the same. And it's mainly, hang on a second, I just want to look at my note here. It's just basically making it consistent with what we did for other town elected officials. So there really isn't a whole lot of change there. So with that, that's Article 23, basically elections.
And now, are there any questions on Article 23? Mr. Weber, please.
Just a statement
Sure.
to go to Mr. McKay's issue about if he would get fired under this charter. That is the provision that Mr. Levin just read into the record. That's how you would get fired, George. Through a recall of 250 people signing a petition. That's all.
He can't get a caucus.
Yeah, but 250 people in his precinct can say, you're not getting a caucus, so I'm firing you. That's all.
Mrs. Adelman.
Yes. I didn't hear Mr. Levin mention it, but we're reducing the amount. This is to recall somebody for a recall election?
Yes.
And you're also eliminating that 20% of the electorate would have to vote. And you said it's very hard to recall somebody. Well, I think it should be hard to recall somebody because there are so many political reasons why an individual would want somebody to be recalled. And 250 signatures is not a lot. And with the low voter turnout, it would be easy to recall somebody. I think we should keep the 20% voter turnout. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're going to go on to, that was quick, Article 24.
Steve wants to say something about the 20.
Oh.
That's fine.
No, good.
That's fine. I think we're okay. Yeah, let's keep going.
All right.
I got a beer.
So
I got a
Article
beer waiting for me.
24.
We got to keep going.
Article 24 is the Town Administration, Chapter 5.
So as Steve has said, when we were reorganizing this and we talked about the town manager, we found that it was somewhat scattered throughout the existing charter. So we decided to put this in. And I'm going to jump to page 28. And if you look on page 28, you'll see that we struck the Department of Finance, we struck the Department of Planning and Development, and we struck the Department of Public Works. And why did we do that? All those sections, if you read through them, it's about operations. And the charter is not an operations document. So if you look under the Department of Public Works, it says they shall plow snow. I'm not sure why the charter needs to tell town that they should plow snow. Same thing is true under the Department of Finance. It says, it talked about a data processing unit. I've been around for quite a few years. My whole life has been in the computer industry, and I think the last time I've ever heard the term data processing unit was when I watched the movie Hidden Figures, and that's what they were talking about, that IBM 370 they had in that room. So that's the reason we took those out of the charter. The other thing is, we talked about, one of the, we thought was the important thing, is if you go back to page 23, in section 342, oops, there was some talking about the qualifications of a town manager candidate. And we struck that because we felt that it was too restrictive. If you had somebody that came along that just stood out as a really strong organizational candidate and maybe didn't have these jobs experiences in city or town government, then you would be basically having to exclude that person because of the charter. So it's things like that. And basically, that's what we did. The last thing is, under general responsibilities for the town manager, we basically added in a section that said that the town manager, under the auspice of the select board, can reorganize the town government. Basically, no, we did. Oh, I'm sorry. Steve's telling me we didn't add that. We just moved it, so that's what it was. Sorry, my apologies. I'm staying corrected. So we just moved that. But basically, that's all we did under town administration. I don't think you'll find anything else besides those sections that we removed under those three departments that it's pretty clear if you read through it about the responsibility of the town manager as part of town administration.
Article 24, Mr. Weber.
Thank you. Did you know that?
I think the chairman knew.
Oh, you knew I was going to ask that?
He didn't even have to look at you.
Okay, well. I think that this is the chapter where the committee slipped a little bit, in my opinion. And I'm basing this not only on your comments tonight, but also on the presentation that I heard at Precinct 3. And that was that you focused on streamlining this document so that it would be more of an easy read for the general layperson in the community. And that's why there was some elimination of things that you didn't feel should be in the charter, such as It just boggles my mind that you would take out two sentences on the town manager that established a criteria to say, don't even apply to this job if you don't have 5 years of full-time paid experience as a city manager or the like. I mean, we all know that municipal finance is quite different from general finance. And on top of that, you went further and you gave that town manager more power than a town manager in this town has ever had in the charter by allowing him or her, the incumbent town manager, to reorganize, consolidate, or abolish town agencies in whole or part, or provide new town agencies. And when any such organization, reorganization, the town manager shall direct the transfer of all or a portion of appropriation made from one town agency to another. You've got to go to the Finance Committee and the Select Board. What I'm saying is, in this particular instance, the explanation I got, and I'm anticipating I'll get it from you, Mr. Levin, or Mr. Bulletin, is that we took certain departments out of this charter in order to streamline them, and we're going to insert them into another booklet for a town meeting member or a citizen to look up. Another document that, in my opinion, takes the attempt at being transparent and does just the opposite, because you're now sending people on a goose chase looking for information in multiple documents. And I think you slipped, and instead of removing 4 departments that you've removed, I think you should have included all the rest of the town departments in this one document and not made us go to another operating manual, or whatever you want to call it, another separate document that gives the appearance of being less transparent. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying, in my opinion, it gives the appearance that people are going to be required more work to do to find basic information about, let's see, how does the finance department operate? How does DPW, the planning board, or any other department in town, how do they operate? What is their authority? What is their enforcement mechanisms, et cetera? So for that reason, I'm also voting against this article. But thank you for the time.
You want me to answer it?
Would you like to have a response there? Yes, go ahead.
It's really brief, is that you made the comment we should put everything in this. And so now we have a document that we can only possibly change every 5 years. And as the circumstances of this town changes, as the complexity of this town changes, as the budget of this town changes, this budget is close to $300 million a year. When I tell people that I know that the town of Plymouth's budget is $300 million a year, they go, really? Because they come from towns where it's likely if it's $40 million a year. So you put all that into this document, and now you've frozen this town. This is not an information document. This is a document that says how the town is organized, how it should be managed. I understand that there's this so-called document, whatever you want to call it, handbook, guide, whatever, and it doesn't exist yet. But that doesn't mean that we should not do that. And I will tell you that more than likely, when we get that document, that's the thing people are going to go to look to answer questions about how the town is being run and who they should call. We already have that to some extent on the website under frequently asked questions. I understand your point, Mr. Weber, but that was the discussion of the committee and why we decided to go in this direction. And Mr. Bolton has something to add.
Can I respond to that instantly before Mr. Bolton stands up?
Sure. Yes, of course.
Okay. I just want to, well, maybe I've just had a mental block here. I think I'll wait for Mr. Bulletin, because it's totally slipped. my mind
Okay,
for a
all
second.
right.
Sorry.
Write it down while he's talking. I'm sure he'll take at least 2 minutes.
Perhaps I'll
All right.
jog your memory. Let me start with addressing your first point, where you said that we're giving the town manager more power than he's ever. Our current, the town manager. I said our. I didn't say, I didn't use a pronoun. I apologize. I didn't mean to use a pronoun.
Continuing on, please.
Current Charter 3-5-1, subparagraph D. Establish, reorganize, consolidate, or abolish any department or position under the town manager's direction and supervision with the approval of the select board. It is in our current charter. We did not change that. We are not giving the town manager more authority than the town manager already has. No, no.
621, overseen by the town manager, the town shall prepare and issue a public user guide.
That's a different document. That's not more, I'm not,
Exactly, it is a different document, but it's overseen by the town manager, and he shall prepare, or she shall prepare and issue a public user guide in a form it deems appropriate. So you're basically asking me to make a blind leap of faith and support this town charter based on the user guide that I have not seen yet.
no, Mr. Weber, and I appreciate
Well,
that.
that's me.
I understand. No, I understand. I don't want to, I didn't mean to, I don't want to debate this. I'm trying to address another point that you made. So, again, you keep referencing this presentation. Who made this presentation to you? I don't know who it is who made this presentation to Precinct 3.
Lawrence Pizer.
Mr. Pizer did.
He's our town clerk, he's our clerk in Precinct 3, and he was on your committee.
He was on our committee. But the reason that these particular departments were removed from the charter was because they're in conflict with the language I just quoted from you, to you. So what we have is a circumstance in which the town charter allows the town manager, with select board approval, to consolidate, create, or eliminate any department. And then we have departments listed in our town charter that theoretically have to be there. You suggested we should list all departments. That would literally create a conflict that you could never eliminate a department that's contained in our charter, despite the fact that we give the authority to the town manager and the select board to eliminate a department. It's a direct conflict. We try to avoid that conflict by simply saying we're not going to put these things in the charter. This is why, again, state law directs us as a town to do these things by bylaw, not by charter, because you shouldn't have these things in a charter. They should be part of our bylaws, which town meeting can address as situations come up. Hypothetical situation, we have a Department of Finance. What happens if 2 years from now we determine actually the better thing that we should do is we should have a chief operating officer, a chief financial officer for the town, and break the town's finance department into 3 departments because we've grown so big? Well, our charter says we can't do that. So therefore, we now have to go ahead and create another charter review committee, do an application, go to town meeting, and then turn around and say, fine, we're going to wait 1.5 years for the state to finally get around and approve that. Whereas if we simply have the authority to do this without listing that department, we can go ahead and do that. Now, again, if there are areas that we feel that we want to legislatively protect, we have bylaws to do that. And to change a bylaw, all we need to do is create an article and come before town meeting with an explanation as to why we need to change our bylaw. So this is not being done solely as a streamlining exercise or because we wanted to look better. There are substantive reasons for everything that we did. And so I just want to stress, this is nothing that's being recommended here is being done glibly, casually, in any way, shape, or form. This committee spent 14 months very detailed, going through everything, discussing. We had debates over commas that lasted for an hour. This was not, this was not a minor exercise for us. So when we make these recommendations, there's a reason that we keep saying, this does not require the elimination of any department. No department is being eliminated by this recommended change. All we are doing is taking out a conflict in our charter, which should never have been there in the first instance. But again, the town has, through years and years of, it's one of the luxuries and challenges of being 400 years old. We keep adding to our town charter and making changes, but nobody's actually gone through and removed a bunch of stuff that conflicts. We went ahead and did that. We're an early adapter, if you will, of going through and saying, finally, now that we have a word processor, we can do this a lot easier. We've gone through and removed those things that create conflicts that prevent the town, or potentially may prevent the town, from carrying out the functions that town meeting in the past has already said they should be carrying out. So this is not a circumstance in which we said, oh, we're doing this just to make it look better. We're doing this because it was in conflict. And in fact, it was Mr. Pizer who moved to have this removed on the grounds that, again, he felt very strongly that the charter should never contain anything that potentially conflicts within itself or within state law.
Well, I would simply just say that this town charter cannot eliminate statutory requirements that exist. It cannot eliminate those. Those are still going to exist.
Absolutely.
And like I say, there are, if you want to bring up the concept of conflict of interest, there are numerous references in statutory requirements, such as town budgets are handled under Chapter 90 of the statutory requirements. School budgets are handled under Chapter 170 of the statutory requirements. Those are always going to exist. We can't change those in the charter, despite the fact that we're trying to make a statement to say we're going to eliminate a school department's facilities department. So I don't want to keep going back and rehashing it. I'm just giving you my opinion that the changes that you've made, I was told, and I believe, that this document is attempting to streamline some things. And the statement that you just read to me, that the town manager, whoever it was, prior to this, under the past charter, had the same powers, that's fine. But the voters approved it. The voters approved those things that you're saying were in conflict, and you're trying to remove it because then they're now not going to be in conflict, but they were in the prior charter by listing all the departments.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by the voters approved it.
Voters approved the last charter, did they not? Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Sure they did.
You're thinking about
Most recent revision.
The last charter,
Our current charter is the result of changes from from a prior charter committee. It's not a statute, it wasn't a statutory voted changed charter.
no, but it went to the voters, and it went to town meeting.
Went to town meeting, yes.
Right, it went to town meeting. It didn't just go to committee of precinct chairs, it went,
I understand, but the fact that town meeting approved it, town meeting has approved things that literally are in conflict with each other. That doesn't mean that town meeting intended to do that. I'm not suggesting remotely that town meeting meant to have two provisions talking about the COPC meeting at different dates. It's clearly an error. There are many things in here, however, that are in conflict, and as a result, we've said we don't want those conflicts. Again, understand the circumstance. If we were to change one of these things, it would be internally in conflict with our charter. I don't know what the state would do under those circumstances. The whole point is to avoid the potential for risk in the future that we are doing something that will have to be argued over and or litigated.
well,
This is a constitutional document.
All right,
I appreciate-
we're getting,
I
yeah, we're
apologize.
starting to
Thank
get
you.
a little bogged down in the weeds here. I appreciate what Mr. Weber's saying for sure. Mr. Bolton, I appreciate that as well. I definitely hear the arguments here, and I think we move it to the floor at this point.
You can have that. You want mine or you want?
Are there any other
You got your own.
comments, questions regarding Article 24?
Good luck.
Also, just going to let the body know here, the committee know, we've got, well, Article 29 is just a renumbering, so I don't think we need to discuss about that, but we do have 1, 2, 3, 4 more articles to get through, and they're all equally as important. So are there any questions regarding this? Article 24. Seeing none, Article 25, the chapter 6.
Chapter 6 is the reordered chapter of groups put together, which are town bodies required by state statute. The most significant change that we made in this relates to the Advisory and Finance Committee. We made a recommendation that the appointment of the Advisory and Finance Committee be changed from its current form to create a committee of, an appointments committee of 5 persons consisting of the town moderator and a member each of the Select Board, Planning Board, School Committee, and Committee of Precinct Chairs. This is being recommended to address 2 issues that were brought to the committee's attention. First, transparency. Right now, the process to appoint FinCom members is done in complete secrecy. One person does it, they do it on their own, there is no public hearing, there is no vetting process that's done. Openings due to someone dropping out or their term expiring are not advertised. There is no indication anywhere on the town website or elsewhere in the town as to how one applies to become a member of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Public is never informed as to who has applied for these positions. In fact, multiple members of the Charter Review Committee were contacted and told by people that they had applied and either never heard back or were told, fine, you're on a list, and have never been appointed years in. As a committee, we discussed this, and we did not believe that we could espouse transparency in government and yet leave this one position appointed differently than anywhere else in town. We also had a concern with respect to the issue of conflict of interest. Whenever one person is responsible for an appointment, if there's a conflict, there is no backup, there's no alternative. I want to stress, because this is something that keeps coming up, we are not saying that there has been anything done wrong, that has anything been done improper, that this has been a problem in the past. We were again tasked with coming up with an institutional document addressing issues that may arise in the future, depending on who may ultimately take whatever positions are in town. So we are not making these changes based upon any individual or any events that were reported to us, other than, again, a lack of transparency. I can tell this committee that the response that we received from the Finance Committee was overwhelmingly negative. They like being appointed the way they were. And I can understand that. They had a legitimate argument, very legitimate argument, one that we concerned, that the bodies that we are recommending be part of the appointment process come before the Finance Committee. And therefore, there may be some sort of an issue in terms of who is responsible and what type of conflict that may develop. And that's a very legitimate concern, and we're not dismissing that in any way, shape, or form. That's going to be something town meeting will absolutely have to discuss. But through our discussions in our committee, we felt that, again, that we were choosing elected people to do the appointments, elected. And that means if you don't trust all of your elected officials, you've got the wrong form of government. The Select Board is elected, the Planning Board is elected, the moderator is elected, the School Committee is elected, the COPC is elected. You're elected officials. So we felt very strongly that with the idea of transparency, there has to be some measure of accountability. Now, it's been suggested that, okay, well, we could change the process so that the moderator appoints people in a public fashion. That's certainly a compromise position. It's something that's available. However, it's not clear as to how this works. Because again, what we're trying to do is we are trying to make consistent throughout the town certain processes so that the residents can understand and know what to expect when applying for a committee position or how these things work. They want to make sure that when something happens, it happens consistently. One of the things that we found a consistent desire for was, again, transparency. We advertise a position. All of the people who apply for that position are then given an opportunity at a public hearing to advocate for their candidacy. And the decision is then made in public as to who gets appointed. We do that for every committee in town, but for the Advisory and Finance Committee. And the Advisory and Finance Committee is an incredibly important committee. And it's not just an important committee because it advises town meeting. Everybody seems to focus on that, but they forget it's advisory and finance. Massachusetts Municipal Association defines that as being the financial watchdog for the residents of the town. They have authority to audit our books, to challenge budgets, to question how our money is spent. That's an incredibly important responsibility. And we should make sure that the people who are doing that have the utmost confidence of the residents. And you can't have that confidence if they have no idea who these people are. While we were literally at the Advisory and Finance Committee, it was announced that one of the members had resigned. But they had, don't worry, they had an approved person to come in to take the place. That's the process. As a committee, we had concerns with that process. So we are making this recommendation. People will disagree with it. I understand that. It is not the type of thing that is easily decided just on a whim. So I understand that there may be concerns with this, and there are legitimate bases for that. Again, I don't want to diminish the significance of what we're suggesting. But I merely, once again, am explaining the rationale that the committee had in making the recommendation that it's making.
Understood.
There was one other change that was recommended with respect to the Advisory and Finance Committee. It was a technical change. Right now, if the Advisory and Finance Committee fails to issue a report on an article, then it requires a 2/3 majority of town meeting to hear that article. We agreed that if the reason that they fail to issue a report is because the proponent of an article does not provide information, that should be the case. But if for some inexplicable reason, Advisory and Finance does not issue a report due to their fault and no fault of the proponent, we felt that it should be reversed, that town meeting should have to decide affirmatively not to hear that, so as not to punish perhaps a resident who's submitting a citizen's petition, who would then have to come back later in another year to go ahead and do that. Beyond that, we had no other changes to the statutorily revised bodies.
Okay. Chapter 6, questions. Mrs. Adelman, you have your hand up.
I don't agree with the appointment process to the Advisory and Finance. I think it should be solely a function of, if not only the moderator, then town meeting. The select board and planning board they're outside the scope of town meeting, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments, questions on this chapter? Seeing none, we're going to go on to the next section that should be interesting. Chapter 7, charter-created public bodies, which is Article 26, correct? Go ahead, Mr. Bulletin. Be careful.
Article 27. Sorry, excuse me, 26.
It's getting late, I
I'm trying-
understand.
I'm
I
trying-
appreciate everyone hanging in there.
I'm trying to hide right over you.
This is also, I feel like, a preview of coming attractions for October 19th, as far as time.
As was mentioned earlier, we had 4 members of this body on our committee. And we spent more time discussing the COPC than any other particular part of this charter. One of the things that we thought long and hard about was the discussions that have been held over making sure that town meeting was considered an equal branch of government. That was of significance, because not only did we have 4 members of this body, all but 2 members of the 11-person committee were current or former town meeting members. So everyone had some experience in serving in that capacity, or I should say, again, 9 of the 11. With that in mind, we felt very strongly that we needed to create a more defined role for the COPC, consistent with what the COPC has been telling us they wanted to do. So again, things like legislative oversight, and we've included those. Obviously, one issue that I know is somewhat sensitive to this body is who serves on it. We came to a compromise position. This was a long discussion. We came to a compromise position. We started with the premise that you are the committee of precinct chairs, that the precinct chairs are the members who constitute the committee. That needed to be established a little more definitively because we are proposing, as a recommendation, that this committee go beyond its current role as a merely advisory body to town meeting and become a full-fledged town committee with certain responsibilities, including the potential responsibility for appointments, whether that be an appointment to advisory and finance, if that passes, to a charter review committee, and potentially even as a land bank commissioner. In order to do that, there needs to be consistency of membership in this body. The state will absolutely mandate that, because we cannot have the potential situation in which there is a very close vote here. So you have a vote to appoint somebody to a review committee. It's 10-8. And then the next meeting, with 4 different members swapping, they move to reconsider because they disagreed and reverse themselves, and so on and so forth. It's a potential problem. Is it something that is likely to happen? Probably not. But again, we don't look at what has happened or even the likelihood, but what is the potentiality? What could conceivably happen? Because that's how laws are written. Laws are written to avoid the worst-case scenario, and that's what we did. We looked at these potential problems and said, how do we write something in order to avoid this potential problem? Now, we have heard the arguments where people have said, well, that would leave, if a chair couldn't make it, that would leave a precinct unrepresented. Well, that happens all the time in town. There are multiple bodies in town in which there are designated representatives. The CPC is a great example. CPC has designated representatives from various bodies in town: Planning Board, the Housing Authority, the Select Board. If the Select Board appointee cannot make it to a CPC meeting, they don't have the authority to say, I'm going to send another select board member. The chair, the vice chair. It doesn't work that way, because that's not how the state wants our committees to work. But we said, okay, we wanted to at least make sure that even if the chair couldn't make it, that at least someone was there to represent the interests. So if you didn't have someone else, then yes, anybody could attend. It's a public meeting. You could have a committee member come from a precinct whose chair didn't make it and speak at public comment, but that wouldn't be the same as sitting where you're sitting and participating in the discussion. So we said, we're willing to make a special accommodation for town meeting and say, okay, we'll say that in the event a chair can't make it, a vice chair can come and participate in the discussion as a full-fledged member, but not vote. Because we cannot have that situation in which votes get overturned based upon a duplicity of seats in any one particular precinct. It's something that I know is sensitive to this body, and we talked about it at length. But we felt that the recommendation we needed to make in order to make this body, as we say, if town meeting is going to be an equal body, and it is, it's an equal branch of government, we're saying that it deserves to have certain responsibilities as equal branches, including some appointment authority. That's a significant authority. We're giving an equal branch equal authority. It has to follow the same rules. Again, that consistency, so that people understand that committees function the way committees function. So that was the most significant change we made for Committee of Precinct Chairs. We obviously, again, in the general powers and duties, we recommended certain responsibilities be given to the COPC, particularly having to do with town meeting, regarding the establishment of rules for town meeting. And we talked, Mr. Weber talked earlier about this issue about where people sit. Well, that would be a town meeting rule. And that's something that we feel that this body should be recommending to town meeting, and town meeting should be passing. And the same with reporting on the activities and managing presentation night. Again, that was something that this body used to do, and it left you. It shouldn't. If the goal is to make sure that your membership, not only on this committee, but back at your caucuses, gets the information, then you should be managing the best way to see that they get that information. So again, we thought very, very long and hard about what role made sense for this body in terms of how you best could serve as the eyes and ears of town meeting on a regular basis. We made no changes to the Board of Health, no substantive changes to the Open Space Committee. There were some typographical. Land Use and Acquisition Committee, they, with the agreement of the Open Space Committee, dropped one open space appointee. So they used to have two, they'll go down to one. And the Agricultural Commission will now have an appointee to the Land Use and Acquisition Committee. And then we had the Charter Review Committee. We, again, suggested, based upon some recommendations that were made, and I know Mr. Delafield was part of that committee, we were contacted by one of your other fellow members who suggested that a three-person committee, in fact, Mr. Trifoletti mentioned it as well, three-person committee is a very challenging thing to do because as soon as two people talk to each other, you're violating the open meeting laws. And it didn't work very well. It works better as a five-person committee. And so we made it a five-person committee. And again, given that charters cover all aspects of town, we chose the same 5 members we had recommended earlier as being people to appoint a charter review committee, so we added a select board and a planning board designee to that appointments committee. And we also defined the charter review committee a little bit better to address some of the confusion that occurred with respect to the role of the associate/alternate members. We felt that the system that was ultimately put in place worked very well in this particular instance, and we decided that it should be codified as a recommendation. Those are our recommended changes, and again, please understand as we talk about this, all of our recommendations are made from an institutional point. Nothing is directed at any person, at any existing situation. We took our mandate very seriously to try and create a more efficient, effective, and flexible government and transparent government, and that's where our recommendations come from. With that, obviously, any questions?
Okay, opening up the floor to Mr. McKay, seeing none down here, and then I have a quick question.
Well, I have a problem with the compromise you did on the composition of the COPC. In particular, where you say the discussion is allowed to include vice chairs, but the vice chairs will not be allowed to vote. That breaks a tradition that we've had with the COPC, although I understand the current charter doesn't support our tradition. I was hoping that the new charter would support our tradition, and because I share this responsibility with Don Williams when he's in town. In fact, if Don were in town most of the year, he'd probably be the chair of Precinct 8 rather than myself. But he happens to be in another state a large portion of the year. So when we had our first caucus, we agreed we would kind of share the workload, and when he was in town, he would represent our precinct at this meeting, and when he was not, I would. So I got named the chair. But
So
when
you drew
he's
the
in
short
town,
straw, is what
he
you're
sits
saying.
in these meetings. In any event, so I was disappointed that the compromise was written this way and not what I expected, because what I expected was that we would allow the vice chairs to attend and they would be allowed to vote. So that was a disappointment. But then I went back to the July 18th meeting and I looked at the roll call of July 18th, and Precinct 5 had their clerk attend. Precinct 8 had his vice chair attend, Don Williams. Precinct 9 had their clerk attend, and Precinct 13 had their vice chair attend, and 14 was not present. So you've heard my opinion on this particular issue, but I would like to hear the opinion from Precinct 5 on why they had a clerk, Precinct 9, why they thought a clerk was appropriate, Precinct 13 on why the vice chair was appropriate, and Precinct 14, why nobody attended. So thank you very much.
Sure, I mean, I can let the chairs respond to that, but I think if you go back and you look at the meeting minutes for the 18th, you'll notice that the clerks actually abstained from anything that we did vote on, which was pretty good. So they were basically having representation here, but they did not, and they were part of the discussion, which does go against what you see here, but they didn't actually, they abstained from voting. As far as somebody not being here, I mean, we have town meeting members that have dropped off the Zoom chairs this evening so far. We're down to 3 brave souls. Online, and it speaks to your point earlier, which was you're having a hard time even getting a caucus and town meeting members, and so that's a little bit of a tough there. But if any of those precincts, I believe you said 5, 9, I don't think 9 is online anymore, wants to speak to what Mr. McKay said, I'll entertain
Yeah.
that. Otherwise, I'll look for questions to Mr. Bulletin. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Leary.
Okay, I'll respond to mine. I was down the other side of the building, and I'm on ZBA, so that's where I was. My vice chair was not around, and when I asked, but I wanted us to be represented, so I did have the clerk come in, and he was told, you know, to just represent us if he had questions, so on and so forth. And he was told not to vote or, and participate that way. I do have an issue a little bit with this because I think that the precincts voted the chair and the vice chair, you know, is basically ZBA. We have our alternates, you know? And so I think the vice chair should be able to also vote, but that's just my opinion.
Yes, but the ZBA has you have a chair and a vice chair. You have a chair and a vice chair here.
Right.
When you can't make it to the ZBA, you don't get to send somebody else in your place.
No, I'm not talking about ZBA. ZBA is a whole different thing. But you gotta remember, their decisions aren't as binding as ours, but, yeah, definitely not. What I'm saying though is, you know, when everybody votes in our offices, and again, in a lot of these precincts, if I wasn't the chair, I'm not sure what they'd do, because a lot of people don't want to come to these meetings that last too long, right? So, again, when they vote them in, I think they intend that the chair and the vice chair can represent them as voting. So I do have an issue just limiting it to the chair. But that actually will answer your question why we weren't here, you know? And that was my only choice, or have nobody. And to be honest with you, I'll tell you, our precinct, when we have our caucus meetings, they're all present, everybody. So, you know, and I know I've been to others that barely have 3 people. So they do take it respectfully and everything else, so.
Mr. Begley online.
Yeah, I'll just, address why I wasn't there that day. It's precinct 14. But I think one of those things, though, in that case, is things pop up in life that you don't know what's going to happen, right? And it wasn't respectful to my vice chair within like an hour of the meeting to say, "Hey, can you run down to town hall?" So I think that's why if you ever see precinct 14 not there, those are some of the reasons why. Just so you know where my whereabouts are now going forward. But I actually I think agree with this. What's being proposed for this one, might as well use the floor. I do think it's kind of complicated at times. There are lots of, like Mr. Bolton has said, lots of other bodies throughout the town that you don't have a backup vote for when you can't make a meeting. And there's 18 people on this committee, so it's not like it's a quorum issue. If you're going to have a couple people being sick, you run into an issue maybe on some other bodies, and an alternate's helpful to have. So I actually don't particularly have a problem with this one. And I have heard a lot of my time now, it's been about 2 years or so on this committee, of wanting to have some strength, as a committee, and being seen as having power and sort of an authority on lots of different topics. And I think we definitely do. But I think these efforts here, I can see the effort here to sort of, codify that. What we've kind of been talking about as a wish, actually writing it down could be a good thing for this committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Begley. Are there any other comments, questions regarding Article 26? Mr. Weber.
Yes. When we're elected as town meeting members, that's what we're elected to be. We're not running for an office of chair, vice chair, clerk, or town meeting member. We're all equal. And that's how Precinct 3 looks at it, and that's how Precinct 3 wants it to be. So at any time, if a chair can't make it, anyone can substitute and anyone should be able to vote. So that's coming from Precinct 3. Thank you.
Okay. Very quickly, page 36, the Charter Review Committee, Section 7. I'm just, and I see the added language and I follow everything. I guess it just read a little bit confusing to me with, in the new added section, well, I'll start with the original language. On the fourth line down, it says, Charter Review Committee shall be appointed by a special committee. But then I think you're defining that special committee in the next line, or the new blue section. On the second line, it says, in addition, comma, the Charter Review Committee Appointment Committee. So that's just one of those things where in a document, I like to see the definition or somehow linked. Do you see what I'm saying? You're calling it a special committee in one paragraph, and then I think you're actually naming it in this new section. I don't know. It's just a, I don't know.
No, I think, I see, you know, again, to some degree,
Yeah.
what ends up happening as we
Yeah.
always do
Eyes
that.
crossed.
Well, it's not, we try and keep original language rather
Yeah.
than making extra changes, and then
Right.
when we created new language, we didn't. I think you're absolutely right, and we should probably say, instead of a special committee, we should say a Charter Review Appointment Committee, so we
Right.
are consistent.
Yep.
I think
And
that's
that was my only comment.
I think
on
that's
that.
I think that's a perfectly valid, and again, consistency within the document is important, so that everybody knows what everyone's talking about.
At this hour, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore.
Well, I'll say you were remarkably cogent for this hour.
So any further questions on Article 26? All right, Article 27, Chapter 8, Operation of Town Boards, Commissions, and Committees. We're getting to the end.
We are getting to the end. This, again, this is sort of a standardized for all town bodies, just so we, again, to know how these things, so again, so there's some consistency. We recommended a change to create a fixed date by which boards, commissions, and committees shall organize annually, which again went to also when individuals had to be. So the reason that we said 20 days for individual people who are elected or appointed to get sworn in is to make sure that within 30 days, when those bodies need to actually organize, all of the people who are involved in the organization are already sworn. We also made a change to alter the conditions under which an appointed board, commission, or committee member that has failed to attend meetings is deemed to have resigned. There is a typo in that. I want to be clear. It says has failed to achieve 30% attendance. It should be 70% attendance. It's not, because the current charter, our charter currently says 50% in a 12-month period. What we did was we made it a little bit different. We made it, you have to attend 70% of the meetings, but you can only be removed at that point by a majority vote of the body that you're on. So again, we understand that there may be a circumstance in which for a short period of time, or for a 6-month period of time, someone is ill. They can't make it. Everyone knows that they are ill. They're coming back. They're planning to come back. It's not an automatic. This is not a guillotine that drops. You are severed, and that's that. This is a recognition that each individual body has to understand what's going on with its membership, and we want to give each individual body that level of authority. Again, consistent with what we've said. We're giving you a rough idea as what the responsibilities are. The bodies decide how to effectuate them. To the extent that we need to do more, that is perfectly appropriate for a bylaw. So it's something that can be changed flexibly as we discover. I would say that part of what we have to think about is we would have treated this differently before people could attend virtually. Virtual attendance has made it easier to attend, and as such, we feel the bar should be raised a little bit. Because the work that our committees and boards and commissions do is extremely important. We are a volunteer government. We have to rely on our volunteers, and our volunteers have to step up. And then we just made a recommendation to standardize the grounds and process for removal of an appointed board, commission, or committee member. We just wanted that to be consistent throughout so that, again, everyone knows what to expect. Obviously, these do not apply to anyone elected. That is a completely different statutory requirement. And those are the significant changes for Chapter 8.
Any questions on Article 27, Chapter 8? Seeing none, I think the last two are going to go pretty quick. Article 29, Chapter Amendment, Article 28, Charter Amendment, Chapter 9, General Provisions.
These are the housekeeping provisions, and we just simply are making the recommendation to say that we're deleting the language that says you change the town charter in accordance with law. That's sort of, it's sort of an obvious statement.
Yeah.
One doesn't change anything in contrary to law.
I don't think anyone has any questions on that. I'm reading the room here. Article 29, this is pretty straightforward. This is renumbering once, if things are adopted, just to keep it numerical order and changing the numbers. They look different than what you see there because those are the old numbers from the charter.
And it's the numbering, both that and also obviously to make sure any of the internal references are accurate. And then obviously if there's any last-minute grammatical changes or things like that, to make sure that we have the cleanest document possible.
Yep. Okay. I don't think there's any questions on that. So thank you for the marathon session here. I appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time and diligence in reviewing and listening to this. We've worked on it, but at the same time, we know you're the ones who are reviewing it with that level of detail, so we appreciate all of your efforts and your time and consideration. And of course, as a committee, we are thankful that we've had this opportunity and are happy, of course, to answer questions going forward. I imagine we'll be seeing many of you at various caucuses and other events throughout our early fall.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much. Alan, did you have anything to add to there, or you just need to stand for a minute? Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll go through this quickly. Moving on to the next item, Mr. LaFerrier, are there any updates for the town meeting handbook, or?
Well, per your earlier request, we'll make this quick. Yes, we had just to let you know, 2.5 weeks ago, we had our last meeting. We are about 90% complete and hoping to schedule the next meeting the week of the 23rd.
Excellent.
Thank you.
That sounds pretty close to completion there. Mr. Costello, anything from Legislative Oversight?
Legislative Oversight Committee met once since we have last met as the Committee of Precinct Chairs. The topic of the evening was the land titles and the discussion around town of how many titles are in the rears. We were fortunate enough to have Mr. Hampton Watkins, who's the head of the Land Use and Acquisition, who's actually one of the first groups that noticed this and has sort of been doing some research on his own. Sort of a bittersweet report he gave us. I don't think there's any nefarious things that happened here, but there was some huge oversights. We got to go back and resolve a lot of these. But the numbers that he has even exceeds the 500 that we were told that night, and could get into the thousands. So it's not going to be a quick fix, but it's under control at this time. And the committee has not set a date for our next meeting, but it will probably come after town meeting at this stage. But the couple articles of interest is certainly the Oak Street School has come to the top, and one other one that escapes me, but nothing new to report beyond that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know you're staying on top of that stuff, so thank you. And completely understandable with how many meetings everybody's going to leading up to town meeting. That being said, any new business? Seeing none, Mrs. Adelman.
I came in a little late, so I don't know if there was any announcement about Chelsea Westgate, but I know from an email you told us that her position they were accepting interviews. And I just want to make a statement of how grateful I was for the work that Chelsea has done, and she will be missed. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. I definitely miss her right now. That's for sure. Every time something comes across, I do remember Mr. Canty talking about the position because I wasn't originally for it, and then he said, once you have an admin, you'll never want to not have an admin, and he is 100% right. No, but thank you, Pat, for stepping up and doing the minutes. I know these are going to be long ones as well. Any other new business? Any old business? If not, I do have a moment for public comment. Anyone public comment? I don't see anyone online either. Just so you know, the next meeting, I look forward to doing this all with you again next week. So the next meeting is September 19th. I'm trying to get the agenda out to you and documents by the 12th of this week. And then we have scheduled right now October 7th and October 17th. Thank you all.
Motion to close.
Oh, all those in favor?
Yay!
All right. Thank you all. See you next week.
Good night.